Good afternoon and welcome. This is a special meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, called for Tuesday, November 30th, 2010 at 4 p.m. and beginning at 4:14 p.m. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Member Snyder? Present. Snyder present. Member Nee?
Here.
Nee present. Member Cotton? Cotton excused. Member Manny?
Here.
Manny present. Member Washburn?
Here.
Washburn present. Member Caneva? Caneva excused. Member Wolf? Wolf present. Member Chan? Chan excused. Member Johnson?
Here.
Johnson present. Member Williams? Williams excused. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get started, a couple of things. I want to note that we've just had a resignation today from Member Marjorie Ann Williams. Member Williams has undergone some personal affairs that have taken a lot of time and been weighed very heavily on her. In spite of all that's been going on with her, she's managed to remain on the task force this long, which is very much to her credit. We owe her a lot of gratitude, and we'll miss her. Also, items 5, 6, and 7 are off the agenda because we have not received the actual minutes to which the items refer. Are there any other agenda changes?
Chair.
Member Wolf.
I just wanted to let you know I sent a note to both yourself and to Chris that I may have to leave early tonight.
Understand. We have only 6 members here, so bear in mind, please, that if you leave or if anybody here leaves, we lose our quorum, even though I'm having trouble pronouncing it. With that, would you read the first item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First item is the approval of the June 22nd, 2010 regular meeting minutes.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion, any public comment on the minutes of June 22nd, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Chair, a point of personal privilege.
Member
can
Wolf?
you turn my microphone up a little bit?
I can't, through
I'm
the
not
chair,
sure
I can't do it individually.
You can't do it individually. Can members of the audience hear me? No. So I'll have to eat the microphone. Okay. Thank you.
Next item, please.
Second item is the approval of July 27, 2010 regular meeting minutes.
Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Is there public comment on the minutes of July 27th, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 3 is the approval of August 24, 2010 regular meeting minutes.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on the minutes of August 24, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 4 is approval of September 7, 2010 special meeting minutes.
Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comments on the minutes of September 7, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 8 is hearing on the status of the October 26 order of determination in Kelly Lanza against the District Attorney's Office.
Thank you. Ms. Lanza, thank you for coming, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to update the task force and let you all know that the documents I received by email on November 10th were responsive enough to my request for public records. It was hard, but I gauged this decision based on if I would have been satisfied with this response if I received it in July rather than November. I'd like to point out, however, that the reasons I was given by the DA's office for the delay in responding to me, that they had to look through more than a decade's worth of records, was not true. What was provided to me by their office only accounted for the last 2 years of information, with just a couple of exceptions. I appreciate everything the task force has done to ensure that I receive a response to my public records request. It's still unfortunate that the DA's office took so long to respond. As a final request to the task force, I'd like to first know if there's any further action that the body can take to hold the DA's office accountable for their 4-month delay in responding to my request. If there is, I'd appreciate that action be taken. And once again, I'd like to thank you all for your assistance in this matter.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Johnson? Okay. Member Washburn?
The complainant asks if there's anything else that we can do in light of the fact that the DA's office took 4 months to comply with or to respond to her. And she's here tonight, and because when they did provide the documents, it was at the absolute 11th hour, 11 and 59 minutes, actually, 1 minute before midnight. And she couldn't tell whether she had the documents, and we certainly couldn't tell, which is why she's back here tonight. So I think we should think about what we need to do at this point.
Okay.
It certainly seems to be a matter that we might send to the Ethics Commission.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. At this time, the respondent, if he is here, is the respondent present? Okay. At this time, Ms. Lanza, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
I don't have any.
Okay. Matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion?
I move that we forward this matter to the Ethics Commission for willful violation of a number of provisions of the ordinance. Most definitely 67.25D.
That's
Which
immediacy
is
of response, correct?
Failing to provide documents within, yeah.
Okay.
Another one was, 67.21E. There was repeated failure to send people who could respond knowledgeably.
Okay.
So those two. I'm willing to entertain any friendly amendments to
Okay. Is there a second?
add.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Wolf.
I would prefer that an agency not be referred to the Ethics Commission, because to what action could the Ethics Commission take? How do they penalize an agency? determination, and if we're going to report it to the Ethics Commission, it should be to a specific person, so they have at least somebody responsible who will answer to it and then claim or at least have the responsibility placed upon them for these violations. An agency is not necessarily an entity that can accept. It can accept blame, but what penalty can you offer an agency over a physical person?
Member Washburn?
Well, I think the person that we might want to have held accountable is Chief of Administration Paul Henderson.
And I would state that.
Do you wish to amend? Do you wish to amend your motion then?
Yes, I'd like to amend my motion to specifically name Chief of Administration Paul Henderson of the District Attorney's Office.
Okay. Ms. Lanza?
Yes.
Who at the District Attorney's Office did you deal with?
I sent my initial request directly to the DA, to Kamala Harris, and Paul Henderson responded to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
I would
Okay. Member Snyder?
I would just offer a friendly amendment that if we're gonna I agree this should be sent on to the Ethics Commission for willful violation. However, I think it should be for all of the violations of all of the sections that we found were violated in the order of determination, except perhaps for the failure to justify withholding of documents. The DA's office has justified their withholding, provided a justification, although I don't think the task force ultimately agreed with their justification. They have done that. So perhaps all of the sections except for 6721B. And also, just as a kind of policy matter, we're in a somewhat difficult position because the agency ultimately did respond, and they did respond with some completeness, although not as much as Ms. Lanza requested, and definitely not in the time period she requested. So on one hand, it seems, I'm not sure what message of consistency we're sending if we say we'll punish you anyway, even if you come and respond ultimately, and respond with some degree of thoroughness. On the other hand, the fact that they responded late doesn't remedy the violations. They violated the ordinance in terms of how long they took to get back to Ms. Lanza. They violated the ordinance in terms of what they got back to her with, and on and on. I just wanted to sort of make that point. I do agree that we should send it on to the Ethics Commission for willful violation, but I would say, just to make this complete, I would say we should do it for 6721E for not sending knowledgeable representative. They did do that at one of the hearings, I believe, but not all of them. 6725D for failing to provide documents within the statutorily mandated time period. 65.26 for not keeping withholding to a minimum. And 69.29-5 because calendars must be made available to any requester 3 business days subsequent to the calendar entry date.
Member Johnson?
Will this be a newly written, or do you just forward this order of determination?
No, it will be newly written based on the order of determination.
I would like, if possible, for that, if we do choose to send it on, for it to represent that Ms. Lanza, the complainant, was forced to fight, that no response was made with any effort until after she filed a complaint with the Superior Court. Well, I think that that's a pretty significant point. And I would also, like to point out to Ms. Lanza that Mr. Henderson is now a candidate for district attorney, if that is any way of interest to you.
Okay. There have been some amendments suggested, friendly amendments suggested by Member Snyder. Does the second accept?
Yes.
Does the maker accept?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that adds 67.26 and 67.295, I believe. Further discussion. Is there Member Washburn?
I have a comment. This may be in our minutes somewhere, but I think it's worth repeating and reiterating that we heard repeatedly from the DA's office that their primary job is to prosecute criminals, and they asked for continuances because they were so busy doing that they did not have time to respond to public records requests. We heard that over and over from them, and I think there is inadequate understanding of Sunshine, of our ordinance, and of their regular day-to-day duties in the district attorney's office, which includes responding to public records requests.
Is there public comment on this motion? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, there's a few things I'd like to say. The audacity, the nerve, the unmitigated gall. We as citizens have unalienable rights. You know, this district attorney, this has happened before with the Brady incident. I mean, you're supposed to be here to protect us. The Brady incident means that the people didn't even get equal protection through the law because it was fraught with inconsistency. Here I've heard the exact same thing. She had to take her all the way to Superior Court before she got any action or movement on this. I would suggest that the district attorney did exactly what they did when they violated, you know, the criminal defendants by not providing them with the Brady incident stuff that they did here. You know, they're just using the law to circumvent the law once again, you know, and I find that not only distasteful, I find it totally immoral. And to even be allowing, as this gentleman said, oh, well, we shouldn't punish them because they at least tried later on. Excuse me, they have a higher duty to us, the people, who they should be accountable. Apparently, no one is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
Hi, Kimo Crossman. I want to say I agree with the motion you have on the table, and just throw a couple of other things. One is that the Sunshine Ordinance says in it that it's part of every city employee's job duty to respond to Sunshine requests. So the whole issue of, well, we're responding to criminal matters, that's fine, but it also says in Sunshine that part of responding, that you have to respond to Sunshine requests, part of everyone's normal job duties. The other thing is that Sunshine says that there's a conflict with any other law in the city, that Sunshine takes precedence. So I think those would be two things I would say to the district attorney if there's issues with them being able to respond to Sunshine requests. I do agree that people should be named. We've seen Mr. Henderson here before many times, and he's been notoriously difficult to deal with. I would recommend that you consider also sending this referral to the Board of Supervisors as well. You never know what will happen. It might be worth it. Can't hurt to have another body take a look at it. Once you would normally send this to the district attorney for enforcement, since it's their office, I would recommend still sending it to them and asking them to, but then they would have to refer it out to another district attorney somewhere else, like Alameda or Oakland. And that would allow a independent body to deal with it. So I would recommend that this be sent to the district attorney with the knowledge that they can't deal with something that was a direct conflict of their office, and then they'll have to refer it out to another district attorney's office, and then there might actually be some action.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Most of you were at the meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee, the last one where this matter was heard, and Mr. Henderson and two of his colleagues stood before you and went through this dance that Mr. Henderson has perfected over the last several years. At that time, I told you this was deja vu all over again for me, because Henderson had done something very similar several years ago in the connection with records requests for the records that showed how they back up their files. I went through this description with you. He knows very well what the responsibilities are when it comes to public records. Mr. Patel knows very well because he assisted Mr. Henderson the last time that this went through. The case that I had was one of the cases that went to the Ethics Commission for enforcement, and there was only one piece of paper in the file, as I noted, as a result of the disclosure following my lawsuit to get those records, and that was a memorandum from Mr. Henderson to John St. Croix that described their defense to the claim that existed before this task force. The memorandum was sent and received 3 weeks before the letter or order of determination was even agreed upon by the task force. That was the only piece of paper. So you are dealing with an exceptionally disingenuous individual. I think it's important that it be made known now before he gets into this issue of as being the best successor to Kamala Harris. I really think it's important, and I do think the violation has been willful. I also think that if he's a department head, it should be referred to the Ethics Commission under 6734, I believe, as a willful violation. And in addition, I definitely agree with Chemo. It should go to the district attorney for a violation of Section 1222 of the Government Code, which requires some action of a criminal nature which the district attorney's office could not handle. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Good evening, Thomas Pecorello. The issue in front of you is really broader than this specific case, and that is how do you enforce your orders of determination? The problem is you send them to the Ethics Commission, and they don't enforce your orders of determination. The Sunshine Ordinance provides that you can refer your orders of determination to other bodies, the city attorney or the district attorney. In this case, the violation is by the district attorney, so that wouldn't be wise. And because Harris is now the Attorney General, you can't refer this to the Attorney General either. But Ms. Harris is a lawyer, and she's licensed by the state bar. So, maybe you can, if you find that, she willfully violated an order, you can refer your complaint to the state bar, and perhaps they might get her to comply with your orders. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Just 2 points to make. One is everything you're talking about is moot. The election is over. We now have an attorney general who, from my being here for the series of hearings, show that we have an attorney general who has no respect for the law, and I think that's a good thing to know as a matter of fact. The second thing is, if anybody in this city, especially those in this room, feel that this body is an advocate for open government, for free speech, or for any of those things, especially an advocate for the citizens that come before it, they need to be sadly disabused of that idea. I have not seen anything in the last 4 years that shows me that there is any will to use the law. It is continually excuses about how the law is weakness. In fact, this board has made its primary goal to find every loophole and every weakness and every way for city agencies to get out of it. They have countenanced agencies never sending people. They have countenanced every one of your things going to the to the Ethics Commission being dismissed, not even by the Ethics Commission, but by Mr. St. Croix. And anything that goes to the Board of Supervisors, we know that's dead on arrival. The idea of sending to the city attorney's office when the city attorney's office is the #1 violator of sunshine throughout its history, I think is rather ludicrous to begin with. So one of the things that people have to understand in this city is you are not their advocates. You are not advocates for open government. You are not advocates for public records disclosure. You are simply government functionaries appointed by other government functionaries to serve on a board that is totally under the control of the Board of Supervisors because they control your staffing, your budget, and also to some degree under the control of the city attorney's office because all of your legal advice on which you base your decisions come from a member of that office who seems to feel no shame at all in participating in and siding with the city attorney's office in each and every case.
Thank you. Sir, will you sit down and remain silent, please? Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Matter is back with the task force. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please. Member Johnson?
To the maker of the motion, Mr. Grossman, during public comment, suggested we add 67.34, willful misconduct. That's a friendly amendment.
Yes, I think that would be an excellent idea to add that. I can see Member Snyder agreeing.
Further discussion? Okay, so we now have 67.25D, 67.21E, 67.26, 67.29-5, and 67.34. Roll call, please, on the motion.
On the motion, Member Snyder.
Yes.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. We have a member who needs to take a brief break, so I will declare a recess for about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, it's just we didn't have a quorum. Who is it? Who is it? They can't hear.
Yes, I am. Yes. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Pregnancies and stuff like that.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
Go.
Was that all of it? Okay, I'll think of you. I'll think of you in the next 5 hours.
About to have an argument about
Thanks, Rick. Everything's fine now. Sorry.
We're back in session. Thank you for your patience. Call the next item, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 9 is continued hearing on complaint filed by Jason Grant Gaza against the Department of Public Health for not providing documents related to an incident at the Tom Waddle Health Center.
Okay, before we get started, the respondent, Eileen Shields, is not in the room, but she wishes to participate in this electronically through a phone hookup and the microphone. The task force would like some guidance from the Deputy City Attorney on this, as to the permissibility of this, particularly under the Sunshine Ordinance. Mr. Threet, do you have any yay or nay on this?
Chair, in order to answer that question, I would have really needed to know that the question was coming ahead of time. I can tell you that the Superior Court allows appearances through telephonic means, so long as they're requested ahead of time. It's done through a local rule. I don't believe that attendance is actually defined in the ordinance, so I believe it would be a policy call. But to give a more concrete answer that's not one that's off the cuff like this, I would need some time to research the issue.
Okay. I'm wondering if Member Snyder, as an attorney specializing in sunshine, might want to weigh in.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a lot to add, but I can say that the San Francisco Superior Courts in California generally allow appearances by phone if they're properly noticed ahead of time. As a policy matter for the task force, I don't know that it'd be a good idea to encourage this as a regular practice, but perhaps in unusual circumstances or circumstances where a respondent or another party can't otherwise make it in person, I don't see necessarily a problem. But I also don't know the Sunshine Ordinance itself, how it defines appearance. I don't know if it requires physical appearance or not.
Okay, thank you. What is the will of the task force here? Member Wolf, Member Washburn?
I find this highly objectionable and prejudicial. I don't find that this was a practice in all my years of being on the task force and also following the task force that this has ever been done. This would be historical. The only time that we allow for this kind of practice is for anonymous complainants only. That's the only time that we've allowed that to happen, because people can make complaints anonymously and to preserve their privacy and their confidentiality. This would be the way that it would be done. I believe that respondents need to be present in the room. I don't see that there's any provision in the ordinance or anywhere else when in regards to other bodies like ours that allow this kind of practice or policy. I don't believe that we were made aware as a task force that this would be happening or allowed, and that we would have the opportunity to make a decision on that. So I am not in agreement of this at all. I would move to continue the item to allow the respondent to be here in person, so that they can answer to the issues. If documents needed to be had, I'd like to be able to see the person, read their body language, and be able to have them here in person to answer to the issue, as the complainant has, as we all have. We're all here. I mean, I would love to be here by telephone, because it is difficult for me to be here this early in the day, but I can't.
Is there a second to the motion to continue? Seeing none, motion to continue is off the table. Ms. Shields has indicated that her reluctance to attend is out of some concern for her personal safety. In some correspondence which is before us, Mr.
I wish I would have known that,
excuse me,
because-
Mr. Rustum has indicated Sheriff's Department has agreed to send someone to room 408 at 4 p.m. Is there a representative or a person here from the Sheriff's Department?
Mr. Chair, there was a member of the sheriff's, actually the police department, I believe, that was here at the time.
He is still here, but he's a party in interest to another
Okay.
matter
Apologies.
before us. There is there is nobody here from the Sheriff's Department. Whether that excuses Ms. Shields or the DPH from sending a representative, I'm not sure that's relevant.
I should be able to defend it.
Excuse me,
against
sir.
that allegation.
Excuse me, sir. What is the pleasure of the task force moving forward? My suggestion is that we proceed here, and we can at the end find Ms. Shields in violation of 6721E, even though she will have possibly responded to any questions we have. What's the pleasure of the task force? Member Johnson, and then Member Washburn.
She was
Yeah,
Okay, Member Washburn, then Member Johnson.
Oh, just some thoughts I had earlier. I think continuing this delays a hearing for the complainant who is here before us. Also listening to Member Snyder's thoughts about this. This is something the Superior Court allows, and now hearing that the respondent is not willing to come because of safety concerns, this may be the only way a hearing could happen.
Okay, Member
So-
Johnson.
I agree with Member Washburn. However, this item has been before us many times, and unlike the case with Mr. Wright, no one has previously mentioned that they were fearful for their safety. So that, I would only go forward on the condition that we could all agree now that even if Ms. Shields is allowed to speak, it is in violation of 67.21E. And in the future, some sort of notification ahead of time, such as required by the Superior Code, I think is in order. Because this has been going on for months, not just a small amount of time. There was plenty of time for her to offer up safety concerns.
Okay, Member Wolf.
This is not in all. To me, I want to support the complainant as much as possible. Okay, that to me the public needs to be served. That's what's really important here. My concern is, as Member Johnson mentioned about the Wright case, there was a situation regarding a court order and a restraining order. Okay, that is not present here. Okay, and I did not have any notice of this prior notice, and yes, there was plenty of time. There was a whole month, or at least 2 weeks. As far as what Superior Court does or what they allow, that happens in Superior Court. Okay, if you have some citation of law that will override what we do, I mean, as in this particular case, there is law that overrides state and local law. Okay, I haven't heard that yet on this particular issue. If we find her in violation of 6721E now, the question is what will that do? The hearing still goes forward. You find her in violation of 6721E. It goes to the Ethics Commission. Nothing will happen there. Every other respondent will do the same thing because nothing will happen. It doesn't go on anybody's record. It doesn't. Really. I'm a little annoyed by this. I feel like just getting up and walking out of the room. That's what I feel like doing right now.
Okay. Member Johnson and Member Monet.
Just what my concern is if we move forward, if we continue it, that sort of is in violation again of the rights of the complainant. I mean, I share that. I agree with everything you said. I think you put it very well, and I don't want to set a precedent that you can appear by phone. But how do we reconcile the complainant's rights?
No one's asked the complainant.
Excuse me, Mr. Garza, please. The chair would like to point out that there was a motion to continue. It did not get a second, so that the motion to continue is off the table. Member Monet.
For a point of clarification and for my own reference as well, and I agree that the respondent should have made notice of her personal safety concerns much earlier. When were we made aware of her concerns? Were we made aware today, yesterday?
When I responded to this.
Excuse me, Mr. Garza. Please be seated. Thank you.
When did the respondent make that reason for concern?
I personally don't recall when.
But
Okay.
not. But I mean, not enough for us to know.
Certainly not soon enough. I think for us to know. Mr. Threet, you had a comment.
Chair Kenney, again, it would be preferable to have a little more time to look through the ordinance. But at this time, the only reference I see to this issue is in 61.21, and the term is not appearance. It says shall attend any hearing and explain the basis for the decision that was made by the respondent. So I think it's highly unlikely that there's any case law that interprets the term attendance, so the task force should apply the ordinary meaning of attendance and make a decision for yourself what that means in this case. One concern that I would raise is what was the DPH representative told about the acceptability of her request to appear by telephone. My concern is that if she was told that that was acceptable and that she could do that, then at this time to hold her in violation would seem a little bit problematic.
Thank you. Member Johnson?
Mr. Rustem, through the chair, was a request made to you by Ms. Shields if she could appear by telephone?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
And did you tell her she could appear?
Yes, I did tell her that.
Okay. Member Wolf?
I am, through the chair, Mr. Rustem, did anybody approve that? Did you notify anybody on the task force as to whether that's an appropriate practice for us or not?
Through the chair, it has happened several times before with the task force.
When a respondent spoke to us electronically?
Yes.
I have no recollection since 2005 that a respondent has ever attended by telephone.
Member Johnson?
I would like to address what Mr. Threet said to us. At our last meeting, there was some precedent used by Rec and Park in our discussion, and according to Rec and Park, their attorney advised them that because we had a discussion about whether something applied or not, that they could use that as precedent. In light of that, and because we haven't had notice, I think that Mr. Threet's direction to define attendance, since we seem to be in agreement that we do not want it to be by telephone, we don't want to set that precedent without significant prior notice. Now, in this particular case, this case has gone on since June, maybe even May. That is a really significant time, not a month, not 2 weeks, and there was never an indication of personal safety. Based on that, I think that we should not allow attendance by phone because the departments and the city attorney's office are starting to use our discussion as precedent. And if that is what we do not want, even though we have to, it may be, something that is mildly futile in going forward because we might not be able to get the answers that we want. But there is now situations where the city attorney is using our information as precedent. And if we set this as precedent, they will define attendance as acceptable by telephone. Now, I withdraw my request to have the violation of 67.21E in light of the fact that she was given some information that may not have been fully accurate by our own administrator. We don't know yet exactly the accuracy of that. So, maybe we shouldn't find violation. But if we don't want to allow attendance by phone, we better do it now.
Member Wolf.
I would just say, in addition to that, that I would just rule as a body that the respondent is absent, and continue on with the and just move ahead with the case. I don't consider this to be an appropriate form of attendance. It is precedent setting. It is not regular at all, and a court would hold precedent upon what regular practice is, and this is not a regular practice of this particular body to allow such testimony or response from a respondent. So I would urge that we disallow the respondent as using this medium as attendance. We don't recognize this medium as attendance. We only recognize physical presence as attendance.
Just for
Member Snyder.
For pragmatic purposes, I think we can do both. We can say this is not precedent. We're allowing this because there were very unusual circumstances here. She was instructed that she could appear by phone. We want to move forward with the hearing. It's in the interest of the complainant to move forward with the hearing. And we just say this doesn't apply in the future. We say we're going to allow this one time because of the unusual circumstances here, but as a policy matter, the task force doesn't recognize telephone appearances absent some sort of formal notification beforehand. But I think just in pragmatic terms, I think we ought to move forward here. She's on the phone. We have everybody here. We just make clear that we're not going to do this in the future. We're not going to allow it. You have to appear. But given these very strange circumstances, we're going to allow it in this one isolated instance. And that, precedent means what you decide right now is applied in the future as law. If what we decide right now, this is a one-time occurrence, then it's not. Then everybody can't do it in the future.
I tend to agree with Member Snyder.
I
It's never worked that way before, though.
But I'm not sure we've ever had a situation where the department head was told she could appear by phone and therefore did. I think that's the exception here.
I know, but if the staff, through the chair, if the staff had made a decision that was not approved by the body, that is incorrect, and that is not something, so they're inconvenienced.
Well, but so's the complainant.
Well, that's why I'm saying disallow the respondent attendance because they are not here accordance to our regular practice. The complainant is here. The complainant was here on time. Okay, the item is before us now. I do not agree that this is a form of attendance for the respondents. I object to it.
Member Johnson.
I have to agree with Member Wolf, and with all due respect to Member Snyder, the city and our politicians are not well known for doing what you say, especially a body that isn't always listened to. So leaving a loophole like that is very, very dangerous in the city and county of San Francisco.
First of all, what is common practice really has not been established yet because this is a unique situation. This is the first time this has come before us, really. And if we want to establish this policy going forth, as Member Snyder suggests, I think that's fine. You know, we can look at it another way too. Ms. Shields could have said, well, you know, I am in concern for my safety, so I'm just not going to show up, period.
She hasn't shown up.
Okay, but instead she said, well, you know, I have concerns for my safety, but I do want to participate. Can I do this electronically? So I think she's giving a little bit of ground here on that score. Furthermore, Member Johnson's allusion to politicians. Ms. Shields is not a politician. You know, she's an employee. She's a staff member of city government. She's not a politician. She's not running for anything that we know of. Member Washburn.
I tend to agree with Member Snyder and Member and Cherney that we need to be pragmatic and fair here. And Mr. Rustum says that there have been a few times in the past when somebody has attended by phone. He told Ms. Shields that this would be okay. She's here. She has information. We could, you know, make progress on this case and give the complainant an opportunity to have a hearing with as much information as possible. And we can make clear in the minutes that, you know, this is kind of a Bush v. Gore thing. We're doing it this one time, and we're not setting precedents. It's just an unusual set of circumstances. It's not ideal, but it's the messy sort of matter we have before us.
Member Johnson?
I would like to
And
make it
Member Wolf.
very clear that I was not referring to Ms. Shields and this particular case, was referring to the precedent that we were setting, and that the departments will use this as precedent, whether we say they will or not. So I was not referring to Ms. Shields. And secondly, I would very, very much like to point out that this is not the only opportunity Ms. Shields had to appear, and that since June, she has not sent word and has just not shown up. This is an attempt to show up at 6 months after we had the first hearing, and Mr. Garza has been here repeatedly. So it's a little bit unfair to say that she's shown some goodwill. That's a significant period of time for her to have not shown up and then to all of a sudden call. And I understand that there was some misinformation possibly from our administrator, but that doesn't excuse the prior times of not showing up. So I think we should take that in consideration too.
Member Wolf?
I agree, and I just would like to say that this is not the first time that appointed or staff respondents have not shown up in a lengthy period of time. I remember we spent an entire summer waiting for the chair of the fire commission to show up for a case, and on the one day that we thought that he was going to show up, announced that night that he couldn't because it was his anniversary. Now, he knows his anniversary. He's been married more than 20 years. I mean, come on. This is not right. And it also would fly in the face of the decision and the lengthy and difficult case we had with Mr. Wright. So it would make this entire body contradictory. It would be hypocritical for us to allow this when we had spent all that time in dealing with a real TRO with court documents that we had to determine were valid or not based for that case, and the appearance that was specifically for the appearance of those people in the respondents in that case. So I'm sorry. I do not agree. I do not agree that this should move forward. In all, I have all the sympathy for the complainant and for how much time this is, but I agree with Member Johnson on this one.
Okay. Motion to continue again was not seconded. It is off the floor. We've come pretty much full circle with our discussion, and it is now up to the chair to make a ruling. The chair will rule that this matter will go forward, that Ms. Shields will be allowed to provide information and testimony electronically. Is there a motion to challenge that ruling?
I move to appeal the decision of the chair.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Sir, please be seated.
I again object to this. I don't think it should move forward at all. I think that this should be that the one of two things should happen. We either move forward with the case and disallow the respondent, which we can easily do, just tell her that she is not here, not present, and that be the case. If she wants to have it reconsidered, she can try to petition one of us to do that. And that this would be precedent setting. I disagree that we should do it. And the fact that if the chair makes the ruling, that makes it even worse on precedent to me. Because it's out there that a ruling had been made. It's not just discussion. You now would have an active rule that a chair would be made. So I urge members to join me in this appeal of the rule of the chair. I think this is very dangerous ground. It's a slippery slope.
Further discussion? Roll call, please. This is a procedural item. I will not take public comment. This is on a ruling of the chair. However, I will add one thing, that this ruling is for this case only. This is not to be taken by the public, by the city, by anybody as a policy declaration going forward. This is for this item only.
Can I?
Member Snyder.
I would respectfully suggest that the chair also add language to the order that henceforth telephonic or electronic appearances will not be permitted.
By respondents.
By respondents.
By respondents will not be permitted.
That's just a suggestion.
Please consider that suggestion incorporated.
I don't understand. We have a motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair. We're trying to the motion is to overturn that ruling.
Okay. The ruling of the chair is that for this item only, we will proceed with electronic testimony by the respondent allowed. For this only, and that going forward, attendance means physical presence by the respondent. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder.
No.
Snyder, no. Member Manny.
No.
Manny, no. Member Wolf.
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
No.
You skipped me.
You skipped Member Washburn.
Member Washburn.
No.
Member Nee.
No.
Yeah. Chair, we have 4 noes and 2 ayes.
The motion fails. With that, we will proceed. Mr. Garza, would you please approach the microphone? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to say that I am terribly wounded by this entire farce of a procedure because you've disallowed my due process rights. I was not given notice that this person was going to show up in this method whatsoever. Also, like she said, this has been going on for months. The red herring as far as, worried about her safety, I'd already submitted stuff from where I'd had a prior determination from the Sunshine Board where the DPH had used exactly the same wording that they were concerned about their safety. I believe it was Bertha Sol DeVille, and I wrote back and I said, oh, this is just their common line when they don't want to apply with the law. This has already been there before. That was submitted to you guys, so her concern about an imminent threat or something, I'd already responded to that. But of course, I wasn't allowed to say this until you took your vote because once again, I was denied due process by the people who were supposed to be here for me. How insultive! Shall we move on? You worthless piece of people. Let's please continue. There's no problem here. Sunshine supersedes. There has to be, I do not have to sign anything under HIPAA to get my medical records, nor under the Privacy Act. As a matter of fact, in their own memorandum back, DPH does not cite the specific laws of which it relies in requiring an authorization. That is their own wording. But the delay, the harm, with me having a ruling against DPH for already having broken the law and a signed confession with a prior ruling from you guys stating that my medical records were under sunshine back in 2000 and in the past when I went to San Francisco General, which means that this issue has already been heard and decided, and they're just re-violating the same law all over again, is like, you know, a 20-year-old or a 10-year-old or 20-year-old sunshine law that the district attorney has violated along with the Brady law. What a farce! Now, like I said, there is nothing that requires that I sign a release. As a matter of fact, I went to the Hate-Free Ashbury Clinic, and guess what? Got a copy of my medical records without signing anything. Hello? Now, just because the other side says something doesn't mean it's legal. Oh, but they can say that he's a troublemaker, but they're not going to say that he's right when he has a signed confession from the city having broken a federal statute, when I've been in front of you guys and this has been determined by you people. It's nice to know that I've lived another decade through the same farce all over again, and you guys have been there for me. You know, the illusion of help, which is what you guys all offer, is the worst hope of all. It robs a person of his soul, of his dignity, of his grace, and of even the look from God. This is pathetic, absolutely pathetic. I would love to hear Mrs. Eileen Shields' response, considering I've dealt with her in the past in 2006 over these same issues. We've had orders of determination in my favor. You know, this red herring about me, you know, being a danger to anybody when I have a signed confession from where the city's broken the law. It's interesting that I have an arrest record for never having broken the law and a signed confession from the city having broken the law that I took them to court that they got out over. Having come to you guys to play the rigged game of a citizen trying to take on the city when they've injured him, and you guys only offering the false hope of delay, procrastination, bending over backwards for the other side. You didn't have a duty to them. You had a duty to me. And for all of that, I cannot begin to tell you the disgust, the revolt, because you know what? You'll just do it again next week. I told you guys years ago about the Orange Jude Amendment to step aside if you're powerless, because offering false hope has done exactly what it did to me, the perfect storm. I stand here with a signed confession from the city, having broken a federal law, having brought them before you over medical records, where you ruled in my favor, where they said that I was a threat to the other side. Now they've brought it up again. I've responded to it, but instead of allowing me to even respond, you just went ahead and carried on, didn't even allow me the due process or the dignity. You just disgust me.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, please. Mr. Garza, would you be seated, please? Respondent, please.
Yes, this is Eileen Shields, Public Information Officer for the Health Department. Prior to this hearing, I have submitted a number of emails to the task force and my statements, and I'm happy to answer any questions they may have.
Thank you. Does that complete your statement, Ms. Shields?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Washburn.
Ms. Shields refers to some emails and so forth. I don't have copies of any of that. It's not included in our packet.
Ms. Shields, I have, Member Johnson?
No, you can go ahead if you...
Okay. Ms. Shields, I have some questions for you. Mr. Garza has requested certain medical records for himself. They are his own medical records. They are not, Mr. Garza, please be seated. They are not the medical records for anybody else. He is not asking for medical records as a third party. He is asking for medical records for himself. Could you please explain? He is saying that he has not received those records. Could you please tell us, number one, whether you have provided the requested records? If not, why not? What statutory exemptions are there under the Sunshine Ordinance or under the California Public Records Act?
For medical records, the Department of Public Health has to adhere to the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and those rules eclipse any other records that or requirements for releasing records. All Mr. Garza has to do is sign the release, and if we have any medical records for him, we would release those to him. We have never and cannot, under HIPAA, release medical records without a signature.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
Well, I would rather not participate in this. With that response, I must ask, with regards to some of the analysis that our legal counsel has provided us, it states that under 45 CFR, which I believe means Code of Federal Regulations, section 164.524B, it says it permits healthcare providers to require that requests be in writing. Doesn't say they shall, doesn't say it's required, it just says that it permits. Okay? Ms. Shields, my question is that while you claim that it's under HIPAA, that it's a requirement, I'm reading from HIPAA that it just permits you, it allows you to do it. It's not a requirement that you do it. If the person that's requesting the medical records is that individual. Under the previous paragraph, A, 164.524A, it states, and I'm not sure if this is the exact verbiage, but the privacy rule of HIPAA requires that individuals be allowed access to inspect and obtain copies of their protected health information or medical records. So I'd like to hear your response to that as to why you won't provide it to him if HIPAA makes no requirement for a request to be done in writing.
The interpretation of the health department has always been that any medical records would require a signature for release. That's our policy.
Member Wolf. I would the next sentence, Member Wolf, the sentence that you were quoting, Member Wolf, I think it's important to read the next sentence in the memo.
Okay, so I'll read the next sentence. In paragraph C, the privacy rule requires that medical records not be disclosed without authorization and sets out the particular requirements for acceptable authorizations. But in A is a condition of that, and it goes in sequitur. So, you can't say C overrides A. A comes first. It takes precedence.
Sure, but I think I remember discussing this before, and the quandary that arose was that an individual can get his own medical records, but the agency which holds the records is required to seek authorization from the holder of medical records to release them. If the person who is requesting them is the same person, they have to have some means
Well, let's
corroborating
read
his
a little
identity.
bit further, okay? Because if you read in the brackets at the bottom, where it states 164.508C, subsection 4, Roman numeral 4, a description of each purpose of the requested use or disclosure. The statement, quote, at the request of the individual, unquote, is a sufficient description of the purpose when an individual initiates the authorization and does not or elects not to provide a statement of purpose. You know, it's the person. We're not talking about his lawyer. We're not talking about his mother. We're not talking about his friend or his spouse or anybody else. We're talking about the person asking their own record. The fact that they ask for it is sufficient authorization.
But what's to stop? Okay, under that interpretation of the rule, I could walk in and say, "I'm Jason Grant Garza. I would like my records, please."
Right. Show some ID. Get your records.
Right.
Is that the process, Ms. Shields? Do you ask for identification?
Yes, I believe they do.
So you require identification and a signature on the authorization form.
Signed affidavit, yes.
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat your answer?
Yes, or a signed affidavit. The health department has releases records, medical records all the time. We have never, nor will we, release records without authorization. That's what we're asking Mr. Garza to do.
Mr. Chair,
Follow our standards, follow our procedure.
yeah, but Ms. Shields, under HIPAA, it specifies that when an individual who's asking for its own record makes that request, that's authorization enough.
The health department has a policy, and the policy requires the signature. The health department has interpreted that differently, and if our compliance officers who have many, many years of doing this want and need a signature in order for us to abide by HIPAA regulations, then that's what we do.
Okay. Further questions? Okay, at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each get 3 minutes to present any concluding or rebutting remarks. Ms. Shields?
I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garza?
Yes, I have plenty. As a matter of fact, I have in front of me off the website Privacy Rights Clearinghouse for the HIPAA thing. It says the privacy rule only includes only one situation in which the consumer has to sign a document. As discussed above, a patient must sign an authorization form before health information can be disclosed for marketing or when psychiatric notes are involved. So not even the privacy rule applies. You are being misled by an interpretation based on a policy that's not following the law. As a matter of fact, the HIPAA law, which I read to you earlier through this same website, states that I am not required to sign any form to get my medical records because they are mine. The entire thing behind this is a lie. We've already discussed this. It's already been ruled in my favor before. We've already been through this with the Department of Public Health. Oh, and by another thing you should take into consideration, as you would in any court or as in anything that's being presented to you as far as evidence after you've submitted and observed the facts, is the character of the witness. I have been here before. I have had orders of determination in my favor. The other side has broken the law. I have a confession to that effect, including medical care from DPH. So you need to take that into consideration also, the prior pattern of not only law-breaking activity, the reinterpretation of what the law really means, until it gets to court, because that's not the way we see it, which is, of course, not true. HIPAA protects me. I can get my records without having to sign. That's what I've said all along. This is my stuff. HIPAA is supposed to protect anybody from getting my records. It doesn't apply to me. So naturally, this is the wild goose chase, the red herring, the misapplication of interpretation, which is, of course, DPH's policy, not law. But if the policy can circumvent the law, what a wonderful loophole. What a totally disingenuous thing. And once again, no accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garza. The matter is back with the discussion with the task force. Member Snyder.
I just wanted to go back to that portion of the memo that Member Wolf and I were discussing earlier, and go back to the parenthetical, Member Wolf, that you were citing to. I think what's going on in that parenthetical is that the DCA that prepared this was pointing out to us that Section 164.508C4 of the Code of Federal Regulations says that it is sufficient when an individual requests his own records, it is sufficient that the individual requesting those records put as his purpose for requesting at the request of the individual. In other words, he doesn't have to explain why he wants them, but it clearly contemplates the use of an authorization or the requirement of an authorization by an individual. Does that make sense?
Give me the citation again.
So we're looking at the memo. This is on page 74 of our packet, the memo that DCA Clark prepared, and we're at the bottom of the first paragraph there.
164.508.
Indeed, yeah. So she cites to that for the idea that the privacy rule contemplates the use of an authorization when the person who's requesting the records is seeking his own records. And then she quotes that section, and that section lays out the purposes, the valid purposes that a person can request records. And it is sufficient, this section says, when an individual wants his own records, to say simply, at the request of the individual. He doesn't have to explain anything more than that. However, implied in this parenthetical, in this section of the code, is that it's okay to require an authorization from the individual for his own records. So I don't think this needs to be all that technical. To me, it seems reasonable, in order to protect an individual's privacy, that if someone wants his own records, he put his signature down and give his driver's license. I don't see what the problem with that is. To prevent others from getting medical records that I think we all agree would not be releasable if he were not the person, without certain requirements being met.
Member Wolf and Member Johnson.
I understand what you're saying. It would seem reasonable. That would seem reasonable. The question is what does the law require? What does the law allow for? What does it permit for? And what does it make requirement for? And that's what I'm not seeing here. I'm not seeing absolute requirement. Okay. When I look at now behind the what is paraphrased on page 74 is the actual law. Okay. So if you go to page 83, you'll see letter C, the second paragraph, and that is in reference to 45 CFR 164.508 C, Roman numeral 4. But if we read C, it says implementation specifications. And this is from HIPAA. This is the privacy rule. Core elements and requirements. Core elements. A valid authorization under this section must contain at least the following elements: a description of the information to be used or disclosed that identifies the information in a specific, meaningful fashion, a name or other specific identification of the person or class of persons authorized to make the request or use of disclosure, the name or other specific identification of a persons or class of persons to whom covered identity may make the request or use disclosure. And here's the one that DCA Clark had referred to, number 4, a description of each purpose of the request for the use of the disclosure. Now, and then further it says, exactly as she quoted, the statement at the request of the individual is sufficient description. Now, it doesn't describe that it has to be done in writing in this section. Okay? But I will counter this. If we go to page 77, And this is under the other section of the privacy rule, this 45 CFR, section 164.524 B. In 1, it states the individual's request for access.
Sorry, we're on
Page
page 74.
77, first paragraph.
Okay,
Letter
so-
B, implementation specifications, request for access and timely action. Okay, number 1, individual's request for access, period. The covered entity must permit, the covered entity here being Department of Health, must permit an individual to request access to inspect or obtain a copy for the protected health information about the individual that is maintained in a designated record set. Doesn't say how, just says must permit the individual to request access. Okay, the next sentence is the sentence. The covered entity, this being Department of Health, may require individuals to make requests for access in writing, provided that it informs individuals of such a requirement.
So you would read that to say may not. I mean, your interpretation is that that means may not.
Right.
That may means may not.
It doesn't say shall.
Excuse me,
It says may.
Mr. Garza, would you please remain silent?
It says may require individuals. This gives them some authority to
They're allowed
make a requirement.
The law
Okay.
allows them to require it. So
The
can
law-
can we say they can't require it?
That's why I'm saying to counter. I'm saying that this is somewhat of a counter. If the law allows them to make requests in writing, and it informs the individual of such a requirement, then I think that does give them the authority to do that.
Member Johnson and Mr. Threed. Member Johnson, Mr. Threed. Mr. Threed?
Yeah, I'd like for him to go first just to not interrupt the flow.
Okay.
Through the chair to the task force, I would also direct your attention, Member Wolf was referring to page 83 under C, where it says a valid authorization must contain at least the following elements. If you continue down to subsection 6, that specifies that one of the elements required for a valid authorization is a signature of the individual and date.
Through the chair, but that specifically says signed by a personal representative of the individual.
Well, I would differ with that interpretation. It says signature of the individual and date, and if the authorization is signed by a personal representative, then there must be further information, as it specifies there.
Member Johnson?
That's on.
Just one. This.
Yeah, they're saying that the law allows them to
I wanted to point out that HIPAA is supposed to protect the consumer. The law was not meant to keep your records from yourself, and it does have very specific, in under Section A, it has very specific records that are, that you can't require, that you can't get access to. But there is what I was just talking to Member Snyder about on our page 77B. It says implementation specifications. And it does say that the covered entity may require individuals to make requests for access in writing, provided that it informs individuals of such a requirement. And I'm not really sure how we would get around that, although I do agree that the law was not meant to protect your records from yourself. And perhaps Mr. Wolf can shed some light on that.
Member Wolf?
I would just say that in reference, when you read this particular document, if you read the heading for section under 45 CFR 164.524, problem with this is we don't have a definition of what individual means versus self. The heading says access of individuals to protected health information. That means any individual. Any individual, not the person in question, not the person whose name is on the documents. It means anybody. I walk in, I'm an individual, I want to request Mr. Garza's information. Okay? In this reference, that's the definition of individual. We are not talking about an individual here. We're talking about the actual party of the documents. Okay? So, to me, the argument is not in favor of the Department of Health because it was somebody who is party who is actually named in the document. It's their personal health records. It's not somebody else that is asking, some other individual. Okay? And that's where the lack of definition of what individual means in reference to this particular body of law, to me, it holds the gravity.
Chair would like to make another observation and then recognize Member Johnson. Page 74 of our packet, very bottom. All withholdings of documents or information must be based on an express provision of this ordinance providing for withholding of the specific type of information in question, or on an express and specific exemption provided by the California Public Records Act that is not forbidden by this ordinance, meaning the Sunshine Ordinance. Now, it's been pointed out that that HIPAA allows the department to, but does not require the department to require a signature. And it seems to me that there is a conflict here, and that because the ordinance is very specific on this, when the DPH is not required is not mandated by HIPAA to require a signature, then it seems to me that that the Sunshine Ordinance and CPRA do have some force in law here. And in response to the question I asked Ms. Shields earlier, what specific provision of the Sunshine Ordinance or the CPRA, under what specific provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance or the CPRA was this record being withheld? Her response was HIPAA. Not the Sunshine Ordinance, not the CPRA, HIPAA. That weighs very heavily with me. Member Johnson.
Thank you. Based on what Member Wolf said about the definition of individuals, so it does not necessarily say the individual who is requesting their own documents. And based on what you just said, I'd like to point out that I think that the health department's policy is a little bit misguided, because were it that HIPAA intended for you to be able to withhold all records, they would not have set down specific provisions about records that needed authorization. So there was no, the fact that it says that access, you have a right of access except for these very specific ones. If those very specific documents are something you want to withhold, you can based on that. But I don't think there was ever intended for it to be a blanket statement that all of your documents could be withheld from you unless you signed something. And based on the conflict that Chair Nee discussed, I would have to agree with Chair Nee.
Is there a motion?
Yes. I moved to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance 67.24I. And I think that would just cover the whole gamut. Plus, I would like to also find Ms. Shields in violation of 6721E.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. The chair would like to see a separation of 67.24I and 67.21E. Without objection?
I would just ask why.
Well, I think there is some. I don't think there is. I certainly don't think there is going to be unanimity on the question of 67.21E. And I think if both violations are considered together, some people may be may be moved to vote no on the entire motion.
I'll let it go.
Okay. On the question of the violation of 67.24I, well, I'm not sure I'm done here. There is also the question of not just 67.24I. There may be other issues as well. Hang on. Please bear with me.
If I could I add something?
Member Schneider?
I would just say I don't think I'm going to be able to support the violation of 6724I just because I think we have a disagreement in the interpretation of HIPAA and of the CPRA. However, I would suggest, this is a little odd posture, but I would suggest as a kind of elaboration on or explanation of the violation of 6724I that if the task force does find a violation, that we say it is because there is no express and specific exemption provided by the CPRA for the sort of information that Mr. Garza has sought here. In other words, to explain why, to offer a little bit more explanation as to why there's a violation of 6724I. Again, that's meant as a friendly suggestion, even though I'm not sure I support the motion.
Okay. The chair will suggest a friendly amendment to add 67.27, which is failure to present justification of withholding based on the Sunshine Ordinance or the California Public Records Act. Also 67.26. No record shall be withheld from disclosure in its entirety unless all information contained in it is exempt from disclosure under express provisions of the California Public Records Act or of some other statute. There is no such withholding authorized. Is that acceptable to the second?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Is it acceptable to the maker of the motion?
I am the maker.
Is it acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. And those member Schneider?
Just a question on the 6727. Is the basis that there was no explanation provided at all, or is the basis that there was no explanation for withholding rooted in the California Public Records Act?
Basis that it was justification was not rooted in the California Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance.
Because I think 6727A allows for withholding. A justification has to be provided under specific exemption of the California Public Records Act or elsewhere.
So you're saying that HIPAA qualifies as the elsewhere?
As elsewhere. I mean, you can disagree on whether it provides an exemption, but I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think they offered HIPAA as an explanation, right?
Okay.
As a justification.
Okay. So perhaps we should withdraw then 67.27?
Okay with that.
Okay. Second acceptance?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So right now then we are considering 67.24I, 67.26, correct? Okay. Is there public comment on the motion to accept, to find violation of 67.24I and 67.26? Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thomas Piccarello again. I wish one of you would have asked the complainant why he just didn't sign the form that was presented to him by DPH. Secondly, HIPAA does provide a distinction between physiological medical records and psychiatric records. To get psychiatric records, it's much harder, and then there has to be a different release, consent, waiver. And finally, let me say this. He requested his records 6 months ago, and it's hard for me to imagine that it's now being addressed, taking 6 months to determine whether or not his sunshine rights have been violated. There's something wrong with the process. And I would like to see the task force deal with these matters in a more timely basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
I'm assuming that the only reason the task force is involved is because these records are in the possession of a agency of the city and county of San Francisco, because if they were in the possession or custody of a private hospital, you wouldn't be hearing this case to begin with. I assume that's the reason why you took jurisdiction. If I'd been Mr. Garza and the hospital did what they did, I wouldn't have fooled around with the task force. I would have just gone over to legal aid, said, this is my problem. They would have made a telephone call, written a letter, would have been over with. But the description in the agenda indicates there may be other records besides his own medical records. And if that's the case, then we have a different problem, because there's no policy that protects those other records, because the privacy issues related to medical records are so ingrained both in the California Public Records Act and in the ordinance and in the federal law that there's just no point in talking about it. So this group has spent almost a full hour debating first whether you would listen to some woman say it's a matter of policy, and then another 55 minutes or so talking about stuff which probably could have been handled very directly if the administrator, when this complaint came in, said, look, this is probably not a good case for you to bring over here because it'll take forever. Why don't you go over to legal aid, talk to them, and I'm sure they'll find you a solution in less than 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment, please.
Ray Hartz, Director of San Francisco Open Government, and I would like to talk about the process of this case in which the city agency was given preferential treatment, and at the same time the complainant was denigrated indirectly. She basically made an unsubstantiated, no fact-based claim that she could not be here because of concerns for her personal security. Now, basically what that was simply setting in the mind of everybody in the room the fact that there's some reason that there is no facts to support that she couldn't come because of that. And as a result, you basically said, fine, we'll give you preferential treatment over something we'd never do to anybody else. We'll just let you testify by telephone. And then you went and said, oh, well, but what we'll do is we'll cure that by saying we won't let anybody else do it in the future. Now, what are you going to do when somebody comes in here with a doctor's note saying that they physically cannot come here but can give testimony via videotaped matter? Or what if someone comes in with a claim of disability under the Americans with Disability Act that says they can't come here? You have just precluded them from using those, from getting that same thing. What you basically did is said, okay, city agency, you get treated one way, complainant, you get treated the other way, and boy, that happens all the time here.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, is there further discussion on the motion? Member Wolf.
I would just say that, first of all, the respondent didn't really cite anything that of any substance other than it's just that it's their policy. We did all that work for them. The information about HIPAA, the information around the CPRA and Sunshine Ordinance, it was not used in their defense in any kind of way. It's just a policy. Didn't even cite a section. And there's absolutely no correspondence that I see in this record from DPH in stating that they are protected under which statute, which section, which paragraph, subparagraph. So I would say, with all, deference to the work that we just did over the past hour or so, I think Mr. Grossman was correct. That we could have stopped a long time ago and just said, defend yourself. And without that, a court of law wouldn't do that for a defendant. They wouldn't try the case for them. So I think that there's something to be said about that. And also, I'd just like to say in response to preferential treatment, I mean, I was more than willing to create some sort of the political theater and get up and walk out the room. But I know the complainant didn't want that. The complainant wants his due process and actually objected, maybe out of turn, but objected many times to the motion I made to continue this. So for me, I did this in deference to the complainant because the public has the right to its day.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder.
Sorry, could you restate the motion, please?
Motion is to find violation of section 67.24I and 67.26.
No.
Snyder, no. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have 5 ayes and 1 nose.
Okay, the motion fails because 6 votes on a substantive matter, 6 votes are required for approval. That takes us to the motion on finding violation of 67.21E.
I'm sorry, what does that mean?
Means that there is no violation found on the part of the health department with reference to the substance of your complaint.
I'm confused.
Could you please be seated?
I just want to know, do we live in a democracy?
Could you
Was it not
please,
5-1?
Mr. Garza, please be seated and be silent.
God, Russia. Fascism. Thank you for my opportunity.
Mr. Garza, please be silent.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a motion before us to find violation of section 67.21E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the task force, to this hearing. Is there public discussion on that motion?
Who voted no on the last motion? I couldn't hear it.
The no vote came from Member Snyder.
Thank you.
Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there further discussion by the task force? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder.
No.
Snyder, no. Member Manny.
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn.
No.
Washburn, no. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
No.
No. Mr. Chair, we have 3 ayes and 3 noes.
Motion fails. At this time, we will take public comment on items not on today's agenda. General public comment. Each of you will have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming, sir.
I had originally planned to talk about attendance issues. Seeing 6 of you here and having done a little of my own survey, I am astonished by the lack of attendance by all the members who aren't here, plus Ms. Mena, who has missed at least half of all of the called meetings. But that isn't really, now that I've heard that Mr. Snyder, with his minority of 1, has killed a very important motion and a point to be made, and has created a pragmatic solution to a problem that was created by the department's representative herself. I'm really amazed at how this process has gone. I have been attending these meetings for years, and this meeting tonight represents, I think, an all-time low. I have to be honest, because it's 6 o'clock and you just finished the second agenda item, and the first one only took about 15 minutes, and that was only because Mr. Henderson was late. But I think you have marginalized yourselves to the point where nobody has confidence, at least as a public member, that you're going to do your job, that you're going to read everything that you're supposed to read, that you're going to be responsive when the real issues arise, like this issue of 6 members constituting a quorum and requiring unanimity for any substantive motion to get passed. I think it's an absolute and total disgrace. And you've got a whole bunch of people who have been sitting here, the man-hours that have been lost, while this bickering about what's in the Code of Federal Regulations. I mean, be honest. This had no place in this meeting. You should have disposed of the issue right on top when she said it's a matter of policy, end of story. There were no other records involved. And then for Mr. Snyder, because of some reason that I can't figure out, thinks it's okay for the City Department of Public Health to do that, I find absolutely astonishing. And I have personally spent so much time working on what I consider the most important parts of what your administrative should be doing, you know, how you get to go with ethics, how you get them to do what you want, how to make this process fairer. You should not have a meeting where you are voting on a substantive matter unless at least 8 or 9 members are present. I've been saying that for years. I just don't understand it. And I'm not sure I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
Yeah, Thomas Picarello again. First, let me thank the 6 of you for being here tonight. But, you know, the frustrations you're hearing really are self-inflicted in the sense that, first, you got a vacancy. You've had a vacancy for a while. So you need to tell the two vacancies. Now. So you need to tell the Board of Supervisors to fill the seats, okay? That should be one of your priorities. Tell the Board of Supervisors you have vacancies. You're not getting quorums or very, very small quorums. And, you know, you have a lot of people in this room trying to enforce their rights under the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, and the California Constitution. So you need to be more aggressive in filling your vacancies. Secondly, you know, I don't know what your bylaws say, but when members, you know, don't attend the monthly meetings, perhaps there should be a policy of getting rid of them and seating people who really want to get involved in the Sunshine Ordinance and its enforcement provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
Hi, I actually have a case before you, and I don't, I guess, necessarily know how to proceed, because if I need 6 people to say, you know, I don't feel that that's, I don't know, I don't feel that that's, might be in my favor, it might not, but I feel like everyone should be here to hear it, and if I need all of you all to say one way or the other. I feel like I just I could go on with the case, or the administrator, I've talked to him throughout the day. I mean, I was assuming everybody was going to be here because I'm assuming you all only meet once a month. So is now the time to ask, you know, how should I proceed and who should I ask those questions to? So that would be my statement.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
Yes. My name is John Nolte. I'm a native San Franciscan. This is a travesty waiting to happen. If you only have 6 members and you need 6 members to vote on something to pass, then, and that's your quorum, I feel that that is a travesty for you to sit here, waste our time, have 2 city employees here, too, and then you come here and you have all these other, you have 3, according to this, you have 3 vacancies and 5 of your board members, because there's a total of 11, and there's only 6 here, so you have 5 missing. You know, why are you meeting? You should sustain. You should stop the meeting right now because you do not have How can you get 6 people to agree on anything? All of you to agree on something. That is not fair to the rest of the cases on your agenda. I think this is just wrong, and I think Mr. Street, the city attorney, should advise you on some other avenues or somehow look at your bylaws or something, because something is really wrong with this process right now, looking at what I see is going on right tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I have to agree with the previous speaker. The bottom line is you have a hard enough time getting a quorum, let alone maintaining one. It is not uncommon to show up several times and have be told, well, we just can't get a quorum, so go home, or go halfway through an agenda and say, oh, well, somebody has to leave, so basically you all go home. And you talk about getting some respect from the city departments to this process when you don't even respect it yourself. Number 2 is expecting someone to get 6 out of 6 votes and having it fail. I was just outside explaining to Mr. Garza, and he said, well, how is that the law? That's just a policy thing which contravenes the law, and that's really what it is. I came in here a couple weeks ago regarding a matter with the police force where I sat in a public meeting and watched 11 other citizens of this city denied the opportunity to speak. And I came in here with that not because I haven't got better things to do with my life and my time, but because I thought it was a real injustice. And what I got was not only the fact that if they come in and make some vague statement about the agenda, which they set up, is full, then they can arbitrarily, at any point in the time, the leader of that meeting can simply say, we're going to completely abandon the agenda and go off on a tangent. And I watched and walked out with 11 other citizens who basically were denied an opportunity to speak, and I came in here and found a body that didn't give a goddamn about it. And I hope that each and every one of you gets in a position where something in the city is important to you, you have to go before a public body, and they deny you the opportunity simply by manipulating the agenda, knowing full well that's exactly what they're doing. I don't like to listen to this crap from these people. I know what's important. I'm a commissioner. And therefore, I will simply determine your public comment, your public participation is much less important than what we really are here to do, which is hear disciplinary cases. The interesting thing about that, if you look at the statistics for 2010 for the Office of Citizen Complaints, out of 340 complaints, 2 were sustained. That means 99.6% were found without basis. And then they wonder why they have to spend 40, 50, 60, 75% of their time hearing disciplinary cases out of the sight of the public. I came here with that case because I knew that most of those people didn't know how to do it, maybe didn't have the time, had other things in their life, and I wanted to stand up for them, and I did stand. And about the only thing this body serves right now is to make it a public record Other than that, it serves no legitimate purpose.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment?
Hi, my name is James Flannery. I have a case on the agenda later that involves the Department of Health. And you made a strong point that the Miss Shields, attendance by telephone would only apply to that previous case. So I'm just confused. Is Eileen Shields going to get on the phone again for my case later tonight? Or has the precedent already been set that everybody's going to be able to take advantage of it now? Because I don't know if I should just sit here for another couple hours or go home now if I'm not going to get a fair hearing. That's it.
Thank you. Further general public comment, please.
Hi, my name is Michael Nolte. I'm here for one of the items on the agenda. And noticing that because of the length of the meeting, half the people that were here for the meeting are already left. So and then of course you have the vacancies. So it just at some point you get to the point of the relevancy of the meeting when the public leaves, the seats are vacant, and whether or not people are actually thinking that there's going to be a decision made that's going to be one worthwhile to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further general public comment? Seeing none, general public comment is closed. The chair would like to make something very clear regarding the previous speaker's question. Mr. Flannery, the chair and with the agreement of with a split decision ruled that Ms. Shields' testimony would be taken electronically only on one item. She has not given any reason to. She has not expressed any concern for her personal safety or security regarding any other item besides the one that was just concluded. Therefore, if Ms. Shields does not appear or does not send a knowledgeable representative to appear in Mr. Flannery's case, then that will certainly be taken into consideration when the task force makes any rulings on that case. The chair will declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Chair?
The chair.
Before you adjourn for this moment, I would just like to, I think it would be important that we've heard it from enough members of the public that they have concerns about whether their case will get a proper hearing, and for the matter of time that it will take to go through the rest of the meeting. Can you explain, and there was some concern from at least one about what the process would be if what other options they had. And I think it's important to express to them the option of a continuation if they so choose, and how to approach us here today in order to request that.
Well, first of all, a continuation would be granted on a case-by-case basis. And if a complainant requests a continuation, the respondent may have legitimate objections on why continuance should not be granted. The complainant does have the option of withdrawing the complaint and then refiling. That puts the process back a little bit. But there is no guarantee that if a continuance is requested, it would be granted. That would have to be done, again, on a case-by-case basis. Since there has been concern expressed about our ability to muster or maintain a quorum, about absences, every member of this task force is here as a volunteer. None of us gets paid for what we're doing. And each of us has outside commitments, whether it's family, job, other volunteer activities. Each of us has outside commitments, and every member of this task force is on the task force because he or she has a passion about sunshine. We might not always agree on everything that comes before us, but believe me, we're all here because we believe in sunshine. We want to promote it. We have at the moment 2 vacancies. We've had one over several months, and then Marjorie Ann Williams announced just today that she must resign from the task force. Again, we appreciate her service and we'll miss her. With that, 5-minute recess. We are back in session. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next item is item number 10, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Stephen Williams against the Historic Preservation Commission for allegedly not providing the public with draft EIRs that the commission has received.
Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the question of jurisdiction of this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn? Aye. Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to the substance of the case. Would the complainant please approach the microphone? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. My name is Steve Williams, and I'm here regarding a matter that had to do with a project at 800 Presidio Avenue, and that's a proposed project up there. And I got interested in this because I live a few blocks from the site, and I also practice in the area of land use and zoning in the city and county. I went to the planning department's public information room file and twice checked the public file for the Historic Preservation Commission. The draft EIR was never placed in that file. I also reviewed files directly related to that based on a request I made to the department at various times, not specifically to the Historic Preservation Commission, but to the planning department generally. And the draft EIR was never provided in those files either. On August 4th, I appeared at the Historic Preservation Commission's hearing on the draft EIR. The initial comments I made were procedural. I checked the public file, which was set out at the hearing, just as you set out your public file here. The draft EIR was not in that public file, and I made that objection. I also asked the planner, Michael Jacinto, at the Historic Preservation Commission why the draft EIR was not in the file. He indicated that it wasn't required to be in the file and that it was available by link or by other process. And there were a series of questions elicited from one of the friendly commissioners, let's say, at the Historic Preservation Commission to Mr. Jacinto, establishing that I could have obtained or that the public could have obtained the draft EIR by going through links on the website. This is a violation of law. Most basic requirement of Sunshine Ordinance, most basic requirement of the Brown Act, some of the most basic requirements of our public meeting laws is that the materials given to commissioners must be given to the public. And you can't give them just partial materials. You can't just supply some of the materials. Sunshine Ordinance 67.9 makes that specific requirement. The Brown Act, California Government Code Section 54954.1, 54954.2, 54957.5 all require that the agenda packets must be made available to the public at least 72 hours in advance. And quite frankly, I was shocked that no one on the Historic Preservation Commission took exception to it or took up the cause or understood what I was saying, that, hey, the packets that were mailed out to you in advance were not in the public information room. The packets that were sent to you do not match what was given to the public. You were given information that the public was not supplied. And the blasé attitude that I got from the planning staff and from that particular commission was really quite shocking to me, and that's the reason for this complaint. Real concern for practices not only for that commission, but for all commissions and boards here in the city. That I think that the task force really has to speak loudly and let the staff know, not just at the Historic Preservation Commission, but elsewhere, that it's a requirement, that we have to make this available. at a minimum, let's say the draft EIR was voluminous, I would expect a note in the public file saying, this is how you may be obtained. This is not a voluminous draft EIR. And if you go up to the planning department's public information room tomorrow morning, you'll find draft EIR after draft EIR. You'll find the draft EIR for the Park Merced project going to 4 or 5 volumes up there. This is the draft EIR for this project. That's it right there. So that's why I filed this complaint, and it's my understanding that you've received no response whatsoever from the Historic Preservation Commission, so I urge the task force to make a finding of a violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for information purposes, EIR stands for Environmental Impact Report. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondent please approach?
Mr. Chair, point of order, please.
Sir? Member Wolf?
Just in regards to the agenda item, these are 2 separate items for Mr. Williams. There's one against the Historic Preservation Commission and one against the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Would the respondent please approach? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Jacinto. I'm a planner at the San Francisco Planning Department. I'm not actually here to represent the Historic Preservation Commission per se, but the Planning Department, because we are the lead agency for administering the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. And I have prepared a response to the complaint in writing and have sent that to you, dated October 14th. You should have that in your packets. I'd like to just clarify a few points here for the record. In terms of the availability of the draft EIR, the notice of availability is sent to people who live within 300 feet of a project site or who have expressed interest in the project, either by telephone or writing or other means. I've been in conversation with Mr. Williams since 2007, have provided my records upon request every time that there was a request. He received a notice on, when was this here, June 23rd. The document was available. The notice clearly states where the document's available and where to obtain it, both through physical means and over the internet. When Mr. Williams came in to make the complaint, he is stating that the documents were not available at the public information room. There's a little bit of a confusion here. We have a reception area at the Planning Department office where at least 7 days before a hearing, there's a packet provided to the public that is replicated to what is sent to both the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission. The docket was available at the public information, or I'm sorry, at the reception area. However, it may have been that the actual document was not in the packet. It is our procedure to replicate that document or the docket and put it up front at the time that we send the documents over electronically to the respective commissions. Excuse me. The point that the document was never available was never made clear to me, either through telephone call or by Mr. Williams himself. And the document is, as stated in the notice, available at our planning information counter, which is downstairs, and all the documents are available to the public upon request. So I find that this complaint is really without basis because the document is available, and furthermore, the complainant had submitted a comment letter on the draft EIR within the allotted comment period that the Planning Department had given him, indicating to me that because the comments are substantive, he had actually viewed and received the EIR through other means. That's all I have. If you have questions, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent?
Good evening. I'm Nani Turl. I'm a senior environmental planner with the San Francisco Planning Department. Again, I would just like to clarify a few things. At the Planning Department offices, there is a commission packet for both the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Commission. The responsibility for those packets are the commission secretaries. We typically send draft EIRs several weeks in advance to the commissioners so that they have time before the hearings well, actually 30 days before the hearings to review the documents. On the day in question, the commission secretaries may not have had the draft EIR in those packets at the Planning Department offices. A couple hundred feet away from the Planning Department offices is the public information counter for the Planning Department, which is where the public goes to view documents and to get permits and do other business with the Planning Department. On the day in question, there were, of course, EIRs on this project at the public information counter. The commission packet is what Mr. Williams is referring to. So the documents were available online that day. They were available by calling anyone in the Planning Department on the 4th floor in the environmental analysis section who could have retrieved a document from Mr. Williams. And there were both CDs and hard copies of the document at 1660 Mission Street on the ground floor. Our offices are at 1650 Mission on the 4th floor. If you have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Mr. Jacinto, please approach. I just have one question for clarification. You said that you had emailed to the task force a response to the complaint on what was the date?
The letter was dated October 14th.
Thank you. Mr. Rustum, I don't see that in our packet. Could you direct me to it, please?
Chair, the letter is on page 106.
It's with items 12 and 13 rather than 10 and 11.
Oh, it's with the, I see.
I believe if I'm reading the calendar correctly, you have the two different items, but essentially they deal with the same thing?
Right, understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Members? Member Wolf.
Mr. Jacinto? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Jacinto.
Jacinto, sorry. Are you aware of the, is this your responsibility in the office, or are you just here representing?
I'm the case planner, so I'm the environmental planner who oversaw the preparation of the EIR. I'm responsible for going to the Planning Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission to administer the hearings. But no, it's the Planning Commission secretary and the Historic Preservation Commission secretary who prepares these packets and sends them to the respective commissions. That being said, I'm not trying to duck any responsibility because I'm the one that sent the notice of availability of the draft EIR and am responsible for administering the overall project. But whether or not the commission secretary either had it in the packet or not that day, I can't speak to that. It's also in a public area where those documents are handled by the public and they tend to walk away, just like maybe pens off of a desk. So.
Okay, so you're not disputing that the item may or may not have been there?
No, not at all.
The item exists.
The item
exists.
That's
what you're testifying to.
Correct, but I'd also like to point out that there was no opportunity to remedy a situation because we were never noticed of the document not being available at the time that it was needed. If the gentleman was in the office and needed the document and it wasn't there, he could have just as spoken to the receptionist and had someone tracked down to provide him immediately with the copy that he was looking for.
But you understand that this is specifically in relation to an agenda for a meeting.
Correct.
So how is he to know whether a document that's behind the desk somewhere is going to be the same document that's going to be presented at the meeting? Unless it's attached to the agenda. That's the official document that is going to be decided upon.
Correct. And how are we not to know that someone could have walked away with that document that's in a public area? So all I'm saying is that we didn't have an opportunity to remedy a situation when he was at the office to save everyone time here, to provide him with the documentation that the rest of the public had access to as well, or potentially didn't have access to as well.
So you're saying this is a knee-jerk reaction on behalf of the...
I'm just saying that it could have been handled right at the office, and I do have a relationship with Mr. Williams. I've been speaking to him for 3 years now about this, and so if there was a problem, we would love to remedy these situations immediately.
Let me posit something else. Mr. Williams is here as one member of the public.
Correct.
How many other members of the public did not get that document?
He was the only person who raised issue with not receiving it.
Was it contained in the agenda that was presented at the meeting?
I'm not aware. I'm not sure. Like I said, that's the commission secretary's responsibility.
Okay, so you don't have any information with regards to the documents that are supposed to be attached to the agenda?
No, I don't. That's why I said the commission secretary handles that. I have information related to who was noticed of the meeting and who received notice of where those documents are to be obtained and where they can be received.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Member Johnson?
Mr. Jacinto, I'm sorry. The complainant, one of the things he's complaining about is that it was not, you failed to include the DEIR in the public review file. And in your letter, you indicate that, in your letter that's with the planning department complaint, you indicate that the public or another party may have removed the document. Did the complainant tell you that the document was not in the public review file?
No, not until at the commission. He didn't raise issue until a public forum at the commission.
During the meeting, okay, and thank you. And if I could ask the complainant, did you tell anybody that the public review file was missing the EIR? You said you went to look at it a number of times.
Absolutely. The department's mixing this all up.
But could you just answer if you,
there were 2 hearings.
But before the hearings, did you indicate to anybody that the public review file was missing documents when you looked at it? So my question, the reason I'm asking this...
I told Michael at the HPC hearing the draft ER is not in the public file. I had checked the public file specifically to see if they were complying with the Sunshine Ordinance and the public meeting laws.
Did you tell anybody at the time that you were looking at the file that the document was missing? What I'm trying to determine is if they had an opportunity to remedy it, because you're in a unique position where you knew the document was there, but someone else in the public might not. You had notice, but someone else that was interested would look through that file and not see it and may not even know that it exists because they are not a party in interest and didn't have notice. So right now I just wanted to know if was the hearing the first time you told them that it was not in the public file?
I can't recall specifically.
Okay.
But at the HPC, at the Historic Preservation Commission, I specifically carried the public file over to Michael and I said, the draft AR is not in there. It hasn't been in either public file for the last months.
Was that the meeting that the agenda was? Did you tell them at the meeting?
Yes.
Where the agenda was? Okay, thank you.
Was that the August? Is it the August 4th, 2010 meeting that you're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay, and so at that meeting, the agenda that was out on, the equivalent of what we have on the table over there, the EIR was not present at the meeting on August 4th, 2010.
Absolutely not. I picked it up and carried it over and showed it to Michael, and I also made that testimony to the commission.
Okay.
And they went into this long discussion about how it was available online, et cetera. They knew it wasn't in the file. It was never placed in that file, and it was never placed in the planning file. And if you read Michael's letter response, which is not on this complaint, it's on the next complaint, there's nobody here on this complaint. The first words out of his mouth is, "I'm not here to represent the Historic Preservation Commission." There's nobody here on this complaint, and they have not responded at all. But when I told him that, they went into this long song and dance about how it was available online. And I made the same complaint the next day at the Planning Commission. And that's the testimony I supplied in my letter that confirmed my testimony.
Could I ask, Mr. Jacinto, could I ask you a question? So I just want to focus you on the August 4th, 2010 meeting that we were discussing there. Do you dispute that there was no EIR in the agenda on?
I don't dispute that, no.
Okay.
I mean, but when Mr. Williams brought that to my attention, I went back to the office and checked to ensure for the next day that the items were there. All we simply needed was some indication of a possible issue, and we would have remedied it immediately.
Is it correct that there was no EIR in the agenda at the August 4th,
I can't say with
2010
certainty, but that's what Mr. Williams alleges, and if there wasn't one in there, there wasn't one in there. I can't speak either way, but...
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
Mr. Williams, please. In your original complaint, you stated that the public file was different than the documents provided to the commission. Describe what was different.
The draft DIR was never placed in either public file.
Did you receive an agenda by mail?
I did not.
Do you request one?
I did not.
Okay. That's
I
all.
was just acting as a member of the public.
No, I understand that. The reason why I ask is many people do ask for agendas to be sent to them for any number of meetings, and it's just a matter of example as to whether to determine how many different versions of an agenda is being sent. So you're describing one that was different on location prior to the meeting versus one that was on location during the meeting, and a package that was then different that the commissioners actually had. So let me ask you this: did you witness the package, any of the packages that the commissioners had?
I did not. But
So do you know?
They confirmed they received it.
They confirmed that they, on the record, that they received a copy of the DEIR.
Yes.
In the public file that would have been on a table like ours over to your right, was there DIR in a binder or in any of the copies made available to the public?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you very much.
At this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks.
Point of order.
Member Johnson.
Because we are, as Member Wolf asked earlier, because we're doing the Historic Preservation Commission complaint, is it appropriate for the Planning Commission to be the respondent? Or were they responding on behalf of the... Were they responding on behalf of the Historic Commission?
Mr. Jacinto, there is some question as to whether you are appropriately the respondent in this particular matter of the complaint against the Historic Preservation Commission.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm just as able to respond in response to the Planning Commission issues too, because I'm not a member of the Planning Commission, nor do I formally represent the Planning Commission. I'm a member of the Planning Department,
okay.
And our role is in the environmental review process. We deal with both of those commissions.
Okay. If you wish to make any concluding remarks on this particular matter, please restrict them to the matter at hand, which was the information packet that went out prior to the August 4th meeting.
Again, that's the responsibility of the Commission Secretary.
Then please be seated.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, you have 3 minutes.
The Historic Preservation Commission failed to respond to this complaint, and they failed to send anyone to the meeting. You heard it from the planning representatives that they're not here to represent that particular commission. I contacted your clerk, and I saw him on other matters, and he told me that he'd never received any response from the Historic Preservation Commission. On that basis alone, I think that this task force has to find that they're in violation of the ordinance. The packet was never placed in the public file, period. And the representatives knew that, and when I brought that to their attention, they acted as if it didn't have to match the packet sent to the commissioners. And that was my objection. I did this because I knew it was a violation of the ordinance. That's why I filed this complaint, so that they can get the message that the documents provided to the commissions and the boards have to match the public file. And let me tell you, this project is in the Western Addition where I live. And most of those members of the public that are concerned about this project and that live in close proximity to this project don't have computers. And they can't get it on a link. And they need to be able to go to the Planning Commission public information room and read the document. And this particular draft DIR was never placed there, ever. And when I complained about it, I was told it didn't need to be placed there. And it wasn't. There's also the public information file for the Historic Preservation Commission never contained this document. And I brought that up at the hearing. I expected that particular commission would take great umbrage at the fact that it was not given to the members of the public, and even would call the meeting to a halt and would ask the representatives about that. It did not happen, and that's why I filed this complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is with the task force. I have a question, Mr. Threet, Mr. Rustum. The complainant says that the respondent never actually sent a written response to the complaint when it was filed. Isn't there a deadline for doing that? Under which section?
It's not under the section, Mr. Chair. It's under the requirement, the bylaws that we have, that is that the respondent respond within 5 business days.
Okay, thank you. Member, did you have Member Washburn? No. Member Wolf?
I was going to make a motion.
Please.
I move to find, invite the, well, I guess it's kind of hard. I want to find a violation of 67.9 and 67.21E. 67.9 is obvious. 67.21E is a little less obvious because the question then becomes who's the responsible party on behalf of the Historic Preservation Commission. Is it the chair? Or is it the secretary? Whose responsibility is it? We need a person. And obviously, the complaint cites Michael Jacinto. And I'm not sure, I think that might be misplaced since he is not a responsible party for the commission's preparation of a meeting, except to provide documents that it requests from him. He already stated those documents did exist because he's the one that manages those things. So I don't see him being the appropriate party for this.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Moved and seconded.
Still, Mr. Chair, I just need a clarification. Maybe DCA 3 can help us out as to who the appropriate responsible party would be when a commission.
Mr. Threet, your thoughts appreciated?
Chair, through the chair, Member Wolf, the complainant can choose to make a complaint against whoever they would like to name, and it appears that on this complaint, the complainant has chosen Michael Jacinto and the entire commission of the Historic Preservation Commission. So all of the commissioners, including the chair, are included in this complaint.
And would the commission secretary also be
I believe the way it's worded, it could encompass the employees of the Historic Preservation Commission. The commission can be seen either, when you say the entire commission, that could refer to the commission as a body or an entity, or it could also refer to the commissioners.
Member Snyder?
Doesn't 6721E, I mean, isn't it authorized representative? Isn't that the operative phrase? So it could be anybody. Couldn't that be anybody the commission says? I mean, normally what we look at here is whether they're knowledgeable, I think, right? Whether they
That's
know
correct.
what they're talking about. And so
That's
forth.
correct. And there were some questions that Mr. Jacinto could not answer.
Yeah.
Well, he also said he didn't represent them.
That's true, too.
I mean, he stated that. So that was my.
So, Mr. Chair, I would then make the responsible party the Historic Preservation Commission et al., which would include all the commissioners and the people responsible for preparing their meeting. It's not the department, it's the commission.
Does the second accept that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification on the motion. Do we want to be any more specific about 67.9? About it seems to me there are multiple potential violations. The one very clear one to me is that there was no EIR at the meeting, the August 4th, 2010 meeting, and that to me, from the testimony we received and from the documentation in front of us, it seems fairly clear, and that's 67.9C requires, at the end of that, it requires that there be the documents on file be made available for public inspection prior to the commencement of and during their discussion. So, for simplicity's sake, we could just say 67.9C. In my mind, that's the clearest violation, and we can peg that to very specific facts. Whether or not there's a violation for the presence of the EIR at the offices, I'm less clear on, but I'm open to suggestions about how to exactly word the violation. I would propose just saying 67.9C. We know that for a fact that the violation is because we know that the EIR was not there at the meeting, but we could also go more broadly than that.
Member Wolf?
I would agree with that, but I also would include D, because D is during the actual meeting, and they didn't make the document available to the public during the meeting either.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, I think C covers, well, all right.
C and D? Second accepts?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for a clarification, subdivision A would be inclusive, because C and D is conditional. That A is factual.
Right. Yeah, good point.
So A is in there as well?
A is kind of automatically in there. It's worthwhile to say A, but A is inclusive of C and D.
So we could say perhaps violation of 67A, C, and D for the failure to place the EIR at the public, or make available to the public the EIR at the August 4th, 2010 meeting.
Before and during.
Before and during.
I'm okay with that.
Mr. Threed?
Through the chair, I just would point out that in subsection D, this is discussing when documents are distributed during a public meeting rather than prior to. So if there's a meeting of a commission, sometimes documents come in late and they're distributed during that meeting, and if that happens during the meeting, then the public must also receive them at the same time.
Oh, I understand.
So maybe D doesn't apply here.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
sounds right. So
Okay.
A and
A and C.
A and C.
Thank you for that distinction.
Thank you, Mr. Threed.
We'll remember that upon the amendments.
Okay. Is there public comment on the motion to find violation of sections 67.9A and C and 67.21E? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn? Aye. Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you.
Who is it going to be sent to? Which committee is going to take it up?
Oh, this goes to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
The next item is item number 12, which is determination on jurisdiction on complaint filed by Stephen Williams against the Planning Department for allegedly not providing the public with draft EIRs that the Commission has received.
Is there a motion to accept jurisdiction?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Is there public comment on the question of jurisdiction of this matter? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chairman, 6 ayes.
Mr. Chair, just a point of privilege. Mr. Rustin, can you check to make sure Member Washburn's microphone is on? Okay.
Yeah, no,
There you
it's-
go.
Okay. This takes us to the substance of the matter. Mr. Williams, please approach. Again, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Nee, members of the task force. This is the second complaint based on essentially the same violations that I saw. I appeared twice at the planning information, public information room. The draft EIR was never placed in the public file. And what you heard from the representatives in the prior matter was that if you went next door to a different building, you could get it from the public information counter down there. And what I didn't understand is why was this case different from all the others? The draft EIRs are stacked up and placed in the public information room at the planning department. But for this particular case with a very small draft EIR, it never was placed in the public file. When I appeared the following day on August 5th at the Planning Commission, I began my testimony with that same objection, and I provided you with a quotation of that testimony in my submission to the task force. And what I did is I cited that the fact that the draft EIR was never in the packet, and that when I brought up that same objection the day prior at the Historic Preservation Commission, we were told, well, it's available by links, it's here, it's there. But I cited to the Planning Commission and to its representatives that, again, they were in violation, that the public has to receive the same information that they receive. It has to be in the public reading file. I mean, this is axiomatic to all public meetings. This is at the very basis. And again, no one on the Planning Commission and none of the planning representatives even reacted this time. Since the Historic Preservation Commission had completely blown off my complaint the day before and had glossed over it that it was available by link, this time they didn't even feel the need to respond in any way whatsoever. I would also point out that the response provided by Mr. Jacinto really minces words. He never states that the draft EIR was placed in the public file. If you read his submission closely at numbered paragraph 6, he speaks in general terms of what the department practices are. The department includes hard copies of these documents. And we don't know, somebody may have stolen it, was finally what they came up with. It was never placed in the public file, period. And when I objected to it, they admitted it, they acknowledged it, and they said it was available on the internet. And that is a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, and the open meeting laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, please. Again, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak. Just to say a few additional words, that after we were made aware of the document being missing from these public files at the Historic Preservation Commission hearing on August 4th, the next day, August 5th, was the Planning Commission hearing. I checked, made sure that there was a document in the Planning Commission's file, and brought a copy to the Planning Commission proceedings on the draft DIR. So in this case, because there was word given to me in news that that document was missing, it had been remedied for the Planning Commission hearing. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent?
Hello. I would just like to make one point. Mr. Williams implied that the people coming to the commission hearing on the draft DIR didn't have access to the document. I would just like to say, although it is perhaps off topic, that everyone within 300 feet of the site, the project site, got a notice that stated where they could receive a hard copy, including of the draft DIR, including calling the department and having one sent to them. But I admit that that's could be off topic because it's not directly related to that commission packet that Mr. Williams is referring to. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Wolf.
Mr. Williams, please. You testified that the draft DIR was, quote, never placed in the public file, unquote. How do you know this?
I checked it twice in the weeks leading up to the hearing.
How many weeks?
I checked it 2 weeks before and 1 week before, something like that, when I happened to be down there on other items.
And are you familiar with the commission's practice of how they prepare their agendas and documents for a meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so in your experience, for how long? 1 year?
More than a
2
decade.
weeks? 3 years? How long? I'm sorry?
Between a decade and 15 years.
Okay, so you've been to a lot of these. And you know how it works. So how far prior to a meeting do they present the public file for review?
6 days.
6 days. And how far in advance are agendas presented?
Well, the draft DIR is a little different. The draft DIR is made available for a longer period, 45 days, for review by the public for comment. And so once we knew the draft DIR was out there, it should have been in the public file or available in the public information room. And it was never made available in that way.
So are you, okay, so now I'm a little confused because is your complaint that the document wasn't in the agenda or that the document outside of the agenda was not made available for public view?
My complaint was that the packet, the documents provided, it was agendized, but the documents provided to the commissioners differed from those provided to the public.
Okay, so we're only talking about preparation materials for the meeting.
And the ability of the public to go and read the draft DIR in the public information room provided by the planning department for that purpose.
Okay. Just want to be clear because we're talking about one complaint or two complaints?
This is the second complaint.
No. Talk about one complaint. In this complaint, we talk about one complaint or two complaints? Because I'm hearing two things. One is document wasn't made available to the public at all in general, and two, that the document wasn't made available to the public in an agenda prepared for a commission meeting. So which is it? Or is it both?
That it wasn't made available to the public as required. And even the testimony you just heard, the requirement's 72 hours. Mr. Jacinto just told you that he may have stuck it in the night before. I don't think he did.
Okay.
But even if he did, they're still in
All
violation.
right, I just want you I want you to be very clear with us now. Exactly what your complaint is. Okay?
I'm not an expert on
No,
such.
but you've been at it for 10 years. You know what you're looking for. You know what you're looking at. So don't pull that on us.
I was
okay?
shocked that the draft EIR was not in the public information room and not in the public file.
So, okay. So is that your complaint?
That's my complaint.
Okay. Okay, so can we be clear here, members, that the complaint is about the draft EIR not being available in the public file? This is not like the previous item with regards to it not being in the agenda package. Right? Okay. Mr. Jacinto.
Mr. Threed.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the complaint is written in the packet. So if there's a question as to what the complaint is, then I think the best way to clarify that is to review the written complaint in the packet. And it says a draft DIR was set for public comment and the DIR was distributed to each commissioner in the mailed packet. However, it was not included in the public review file along with all the other documents which were distributed to the commission before the meeting in the packet.
I think
Member Johnson.
I think if you really read what you just read, I think it's the same two complaints. They're talking about the public review file and the agenda, and it happened to be on the agenda but not within the 72 hours. I would like to, I don't know if it falls under 67.23, but I have some real concerns about it because I live in the Western Addition too, and it's a heavily underserved community, and for it to not be in the public review file is pretty suspect. And to say that it's, whose responsibility is it to kind of review those every once in a while? A draft DIR is always a controversial document. So how would the public go into the review room on Mission Street, as indicated in the complaint, the written complaint, and even know that that was available? We need to have some responsibility on the people who actually know what documents should be available to keep them in there for, communities that don't always know how it works.
Okay, I believe Member Wolf had a question for Mr. Jacinto. Is that correct?
Yes. I have one question, and thank you for that clarification, because the way the complaint was written is different than it was written for the previous case. The DIRs that are presented for public view in the public review file, is it a policy or is it city law on the time frame prior to its presentation to the commission?
As far as I know, we operate under two things. We operate under public review, under CEQA, which is the environmental review, and that's 45 days, so that's state law. And then our policy is to provide the commissioners with their documents at least 10 days in advance. So Mr. Williams would not have seen this 2 weeks in advance because we don't put them out 2 weeks in advance. They go to the commissioners 10 days in advance, and in this case, it is not like Treasure Island or Park Merced where we're talking about voluminous EIRs, as Mr. Williams indicated. It's a smaller document, and so that meets a 10-day threshold for review to the commissioners prior to the hearing. For larger projects, 30 days, 3 weeks is more standard. So 10 days is our turnaround time for providing the documentation in advance.
You said CEQA requires 45 days.
It's a minimum. Generally, it's 45 days. It could be up to 60 days, depending on the type of project that we're talking about. And that's just for reviewing the document and being able for the public to make comments and send those comments to the planning department. And that's a 45-day public review period.
Minimum. But you just testified that that you made this one available 10 days.
We noticed the projects to the commissioners and the public, but the commissioners received the actual document. No, they received the documents in advance. I'm sorry,
talking about when did you, was this DIR put in the public file 45 days?
No.
In the 45-day
No.
period?
No.
So were you in violation of CEQA?
No.
So I don't understand. If CEQA requires 45 days.
Correct, but the hearing, it's 10 days in advance of the hearing that we provide the documentation in the packets to the commissioners. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
I gotcha. Now, okay. Thank you. I'll let other members have a whack at it.
Okay, at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Mr. Jacinto? Okay, Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the task force. If you look at the complaint I filed, and it is slightly different from the one that I filed in the previous case, I think that I've presented conclusive evidence from the respondent themselves that this is what happened. The draft EIR was never placed in the public file. Now, Mr. Jacinto has testified he put it in the night before. That's not sufficient. That violates the ordinance. That violates the Brown Act. Minimum 72 hours. My point was to file these complaints for the public, for the people who live in the Western Addition, who don't know the rules, who have no other access to these documents. That's why I filed this. Yes, I had the draft DIR available to me, but for the agency to be in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance hurts the public and hurts everyone else. There was at least one neighbor of mine, former Muni bus driver who lives nearby to this project, who didn't have a clue, doesn't have a computer. So that's the reason for these complaints, is that the department has to understand that in order for the public to have an opportunity to read these documents, they have to be made available in the public information. And there's a new attitude of the internet is everything. And that's what we're hearing at the commission and at other boards and hearings, is that, well, it was available online. Or, well, you could have gotten it. Didn't you get notice? I don't even live within 300 feet of this thing. I didn't get notice. But as a member of the public, I expected to be able to walk into the public information room and read the draft EIR. And it was never placed there. Not 10 days, not 6 days, maybe 1 day. I'll take him at his word on that. But that's a violation. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion? Member Washburn.
I move that we find the planning department in violation of 67.9. Yes, it would be A and B.
A and B.
I may need some help with this. Or at least A and B.
And B as in boy.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second?
I'll second it and ask for a friendly amendment to include C.
67.23 A and B.
67. Did you say 67.9 or 67 point?
67.9.
So yeah, 67.9. I would say, she said A, B, and I would say also C, because the complaint deals with documents that was distributed to the commission before the meeting. So we're talking about also the preparation of the packet by the commission.
Okay.
It's really their responsibility.
Is that acceptable to the maker?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Member Johnson?
And I'm just curious why we wouldn't want to add 67.23, which is what he's talking about, the main, it's not the agenda, it's about having the clerk maintain a copy in a public place. And A, it has to do with the 30 days if it's distributed, and since there was notice required 45 days under CEQA, they should have had it in that file room. And B, it requires them to, anything that's received in the last 3 business days. So if he said they had to do it within 10 days, that's definitely covered under 3 business days. And the concern there is that while the agenda might go out, when the public, especially underserved and underrepresented areas, don't know to go to the meetings. But if they go into this room, how would they even know that document belongs there? So I'm just curious if we could add 67.23A and B. I mean, there may be some reason.
No, that would be fine with me.
Fine with the second.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Ma'am, you appeared as a party in interest.
Oh.
This is public comment.
For the record, my name is John Nolte, and I have been going to the Planning Commission's rooms for documents, and I have seen myself personally things not in the packets that were supposed to be in the packets, and also things deleted from the packets given to the commissioners that was not given to public access. So I personally, for over 10 years, have been looking at those packets myself, like this attorney says, and so from my own personal experience, looking at projects in my underserved neighborhood too, I have not found those documents. They've been deleted or not been put in the packets for public accessibility at the Planning Commission room. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think one thing that has to be kept in mind in this issue is the fact that when a person with this experience of 15 years of dealing with these issues comes before you, they are in a very good position to spot these things. Whereas the general members of the public who go sort of rely on the city agency to be on their best behavior and do what they're supposed to do. And so they go in and they review the documents that are put in front of them and told, okay, here are all the documents. And then they go to a public hearing and they see documents being referred to or quoted from that they never saw. And they go, wait a minute, I went to the agency and I was told that these public review records were complete and accurate. Maybe they didn't state it in those many words, but I think the implication is there. Since it's their job to do that and they're required to follow the law, all those documents should be there. So I was in retail for a lot of years, and one of the things I always kept in mind was that every time someone complained to you, there were 9 other people who simply walked out and simply didn't come back. And so I took the complaint as an opportunity to look and say, there are probably other people who don't know their rights under the law, who weren't aware of what was supposed to be there, whose rights were also violated, and it was just this one person had the experience and the knowledge and the willingness to put forth their time and effort to bring it forward to you. And I think it's very clear here that documents were not there when they were supposed to have been. They did not ultimately show up until maybe the night before, but the only thing we can be sure of is they actually showed up at the second hearing, which is what we're talking about. So basically, they didn't do their job, and they seem to be just sort of saying, well, maybe somebody stole it. Well, maybe the tooth fairy came along and decided to abscond with it and put it under his kid's pillow and give him a quarter for it. We can make up any sort of a what might have happened. Bottom line, it was their responsibility to see that the documents were there. They were not there. They've admitted they were not there, and end of story.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion by the task force? Motion, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf? Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, there's 6 ayes.
Thank you. This matter is referred to the Education Outreach and Training Committee. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
The next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Kai Wilson against the private nonprofit North of Market Tenderloin CBD for allegedly not responding to an immediate disclosure request seeking the release of certain correspondence.
Okay. Jurisdiction in this is being requested, so the chair will invite the complainant and then the respondent to each have 5 minutes to explain why this matter should or should not be under the jurisdiction of the task force. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you for hearing this. I'm just feel like ill that I have to be here today, but it's with heavy heart that I asked for a continuance because I feel that with 6 members here, although I feel my case speaks for itself, it will set precedents for CBDs. I mean, I trust you all's decision, but the fact that it does set precedents, I feel that it deserves to be heard in front of a full committee. And so I don't know if that counts towards my 5 minutes, but that's my first.
Yes, it does. Please continue.
Okay, so you don't make the decision now?
Please,
No.
please.
Okay. The following wording is from the agreement from the administration of the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District, whereas on August 9, 2005, the Board of Supervisors acting pursuant to the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994 is augmented by Article 15 adopted Resolution 5840, a resolution of formation establishing the property-based business improvement district designated as the North of Market Tenderloin CBD. With this sentence, the Board of Supervisors by resolution created the benefit district, and this district, whether it be a location or an entity, was created by resolution and only exists by resolution. Its articles of incorporation exist by resolution, and anyone that administers this district as a CBD is by formation, resolution of formation, and therefore any bylaws or individuals such as board members and staff members are only in existence because this resolution to form this district was made by a policy body, aka the Board of Supervisors. Again, reading from the agreement for the Board of Supervisors adopted resolution number 42205, resolution of intention declaring the board's intention to form a property-based business improvement district to levy assessments, initiating mail ballot majority protest proceedings, approving the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District's management plan, making various findings and taking other legislative actions required to form the proposed district and levy the proposed assessments. And that's all from the agreement that they have with the people they're speaking with over here, the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I am contending that the Board of the Board of Directors of the CBD and staff, who I specifically requested information from, was created by a management plan stemming from a resolution of intention as well as a resolution of formation, which means the CBD Board of Board of Directors itself is a result of a policy body, the Board of Supervisors initiative, because the management plan as well as the improvement of the management plan approvement, which is not a word, of the management plan was part of a resolution of intention created and initiated by the Board of Supervisors. The various intricacies of the management plan are also subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, which includes the creation of bylaws, articles of incorporation, management plan, the Board of Directors of the CBD, which would not be in existence without the resolution of intention and resolution of formation approved by the Board of Supervisors. This follows then that the Board of Directors that I requested the information from is a body created by initiative of a policy body, and I asked for the overhead, so I'm going to read from the overhead taken from section 67.5. All meetings of any policy body shall be open and public and governed by the provisions of the Brown Act and of this article. And it goes on to state that the policy body is the Board of Supervisors. And to skip to number 3, any board, commission, committee, or body created by the resolution of the Board of Supervisors. And number 4, created by initiative of a policy body. And you can remove policy body and put in Board of Supervisors. So it was created by the initiative of the Board of Supervisors, which is a policy body. And in my immediate disclosure request, I requested information from individual board members as well as staff members, and not necessarily an entity. And these individuals didn't provide me with anything, and without the resolution of intention to form the North of Market Community Benefit District location, physical entity, whatever you want to describe it as, without the Board of Supervisors, it wouldn't have been formed, and they are a policy body. And without the resolution of formation by the Board of Supervisors, which is a clearly defined policy body, the claim by Isa Mora regarding the funds is irrelevant, because the only thing that matters here is how it came into being, not who's currently funding it, but just for that matter, the city collects the funds for them. So
thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of jurisdiction?
Good evening, Thomas Piccarello again. I've been a participant in the CBD for the last couple of years. This is a very important issue. It's one of first impression, I guess. It's never come up before you before, whether or not Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over community benefit districts, I'm here to support the wisdom of your complaint committee that several weeks ago found that you did have jurisdiction because they are created by resolution of the Board of Supervisors, which is the definition of a policy body. They receive funds. City funds them, and their revenue is collected by a city agency. The Treasurer's Office collects the funding for the CBDs every year. So it's and then, as you know, there's probably 12 to 15 CBDs. So they are quasi-government. They make public policy. And there should be the right for the public to participate in the process. I just wanted to read under your Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.1, the findings and purpose. Section C, although California has a long tradition of laws designed to protect the public's access to workings of government, every generation of governmental leaders includes officials who feel more comfortable conducting public business away from the scrutiny of those who elect and employ them. New approaches to government constantly offer public officials additional ways to hide the making of public policy from the public. As government evolves, so must the laws designed to ensure that the process remains visible. If this board does not find jurisdiction, what you're doing is you're privatizing government, and you're allowing them to exclude the public in public policy. I strongly recommend that you do find jurisdiction. As you know, clearly, the CBDs are governed by the Brown Act and California Constitution, but those remedies are very cumbersome. It requires a complainant to either go to court with the time and expense to enforce their rights, or rely on another city official. The Sunshine Ordinance provides a more expeditious way to provide public access to public bodies. So I urge you to uphold your complaint committee and find jurisdiction in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of finding jurisdiction?
Hi, my name is Michael Nolte, and I'm one of the incorporators of the North America Tenderloin Community Benefit District. And I also attended the board meetings where the Board of Supervisors established the whole precedence for this particular one. And so, you know, when you go to public meetings to establish it, you assume somehow the public is involved, and in this case, the Board of Supervisors was involved in the because it was heard in front of several committees. And so when you see this whole process going around, and of course, if you know, there's a difference between a BID, a business improvement district, and a community benefit district. Community benefit district has the word community in it. So this is not specifically for businesses, it's for basically the community. And so when you're trying to include the community, and on the other hand, then you start saying, well, is it in jurisdiction of this particular body, the Sunshine Ordinance? I mean, you kind of start wondering, well, has the legislation created something that was open to the whole community? And so this is the whole purpose of the board, is to have the stakeholders of the community involved. I'm sorry, the board of directors of the corporation they're asked to be community members and stakeholders of the boundaries of the CBD. And so therefore you're encouraging all different aspects of the community to get involved. So what I'm here today trying to encourage you to take jurisdiction, because I think it's very important that there be oversight to a body like this when it meets, how it meets, and what it does. And by not allowing it to, by not taking jurisdiction, you're basically, again, one more step of a private entity that does what it wants, and that's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of finding jurisdiction?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I was present at several meetings of the Library Commission where they were discussing the Community Benefit District and them being a part of it and spending $22,000 of the library budget for that. And the unfortunate thing is, during the entire process, nobody asked any questions. You know, a number of members of the public asked questions like, how is this going to benefit the library, spending this extra $22,000 over what they already get by the city benefits for city employees? The city employee union was there trying to say, wait a minute, you know, those are the jobs that we hold. How is this going to benefit the city employees? How is it going to benefit the library? And really what I'm saying is that although members of the public and even employees of the library had questions about whether this community benefit district was actually going to benefit the library in any substantive way, the members of the commission didn't seem to be interested in asking any of those questions. They got a nice, this is going to be wonderful, it's going to do all these wonderful things, although they didn't say what those wonderful things were. They simply said, this will be good for you. This will be good for the library. And the library commission members just sat there and went, oh, that sounds good, okay. But then they did the same thing when it came down to one of the public libraries being a year behind schedule, and they were told at that meeting that you either have to approve it tonight or it's too late. And when someone said, well, why didn't you tell about this 3 or 4 months ago when it must have become evident? Their answer was, and so it's basically, if you don't have some sort of body looking over it, I don't see the bodies themselves who are deciding to enter into these agreements doing it. And if they won't do it, well, then members of the public are going to have to step in and try to do it. And if they can't have some place to go, where they say, aren't we entitled not just to participate in the decision to do this, but to participate in the decision on how it's to be run, who's to run it, what benefits they're supposed to provide, and so forth, then you're really just putting them out of the loop. And you can't call it a community benefit district. It benefits the people who operate it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the jurisdiction? Seeing none, would the respondent please approach? Thank you for coming, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Elaine Zamora, and I'm the district manager for the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit Corporation. And we are a private nonprofit organization. The North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit Corporation is our legal name as filed with the California State Secretary of State. And we've attached a copy of our articles of incorporation, which clearly indicates the corporation was not formed by a resolution of the Board of Supervisors. Therefore, according to 67.3D3, the Sunshine Ordinance does not apply to our corporation, nor does the task force have jurisdiction in this matter. In August 2005, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors approved Resolution 584-05, which established the boundaries of the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District. Please, I emphasize the difference between district and corporation. The resolution simply created the geographical boundaries of the district and did not establish the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit Corporation. And in a resolution by the Board of Supervisors 1506, number 1506, it indicates that the district is not a governmental, corporate, or separate legal entity, but is a geographic area containing all of the identified parcels subject to assessments. Furthermore, the same resolution 1506 authorized the North of Market Tenderloin Community Corporation as the owners association who would administer, it's not a policy-making body, but an administrating body, the management plan for the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District. And we are subject to the Ralph M. Brown Act and the California Public Records Act. Per Section 336614.5 of the California Streets and Highways Code, Part 7, Property and Business Improvement District Law, owners associations means a private entity and may not be considered a public entity for any purpose, nor may board members or staff be considered to be public officials for any purpose. Given the California state law states the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit Corporation may not be considered a public entity for any purpose, and therefore we feel that Sunshine Ordinance Task Force lacks jurisdiction. The San Francisco City Attorney's Office provided a training on April 28, 2010 to all San Francisco CBDs and BIDs, where we were given notice that we are not subject to the City Sunshine Ordinance, as we do not fit the definitions of a passive body or policy body, Article 2, Section 67.3C and D, as none of our members, staff, or directors are public officials, elected officials, or city employees. We also do not fit the definition of a department as defined in Section 67.20. We have a management agreement with the City of County of San Francisco, and according to Section 12.2 of our agreement, we are only subject to Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.24E. The work of our organization is primarily funded by property owners within the district boundaries, and our response is that we do object to any continuations. We'd like to have a clear-cut idea of what our obligations are, and we do feel that we are not subject to jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence against finding jurisdiction?
Hi, good evening. My name is Trina Villanueva, and I work at the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. I help manage the Community Benefit District Program for OEWD. I work with the North of Market Tenderloin CBD along with 9 other community benefit districts or business improvement districts in San Francisco. They're one and the same. It's just a different name. The districts, I'm going to be repeating some of the information you just heard, but the districts are formed under the State Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994 under the Streets and Highways Code. To set up a district, property owners within an area have to vote on whether they want to have a district because they pay for the services that will be provided under the CBD, and they pay that twice a year as part of their property tax bill. So it's really, they make the decision on whether they want to have a community benefit district. Once the majority of the property owners within an area approves the creation of a CBD or BID, the Board of Supervisors passes a resolution approving the establishment of the district. The other thing that I wanted to mention that when the voters approve the district, they are voting for a specific set of service, so extra cleaning of the district, marketing, public space improvement. And these are all outlined in their management district plan. The state Property and Business Improvement District law also discusses the Owners Association, which is a private nonprofit entity who will administer the activities specified in that district management plan. The Board of Supervisors passes a resolution approving the contract with the Owners Association. So it's the contract that the nonprofit will administer the district's activities and budgets, and it authorizes our office to ensure that they are indeed complying with all the rules. So it's my role to make sure that they're complying with the Brown Act, the California Public Records Act. I, along with the directors of all the CBDs, got trained by the City Attorney's Office on the Brown Act and the California Public Records Act, and I have a copy of that training in case you guys want to see what we got trained on. And it is based on that training. It's our understanding that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force does not have jurisdiction over the nonprofit entities who manage the community benefit districts. The public has the Brown Act and the California Public Records Act as ways for them to get the information. Lastly, I just want to say it's our role to provide an annual review of each CBD to ensure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence against finding jurisdiction?
Hi, my name is Dina Hilliard, and I'm the Associate District Manager at the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District. I just want to be clear that when we say North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District, there's a difference between having the district, which is a geographic location of the boundaries of this district, and the corporation who administers the management plan for that district. And as far as the corporation is concerned, we have a lot of we put a lot of weight on having open and transparent processes. We have created policies that allow for the equal number of residents as we have business owners on our board, as well as allowing any member of the public who's interested in joining committees to join those committees, to attend our meetings. And in those committees, they have the right to vote and institute policies for our corporation. So we feel that we do, as a corporation, include the public and are as transparent as possible. But again, in the matter of jurisdiction, I think there has to be clarification between us as a corporation, being a nonprofit corporation, and the Community Benefit District, which is a geographic location that we, the corporation, administer a management plan over that geographic location. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence against finding jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
I would move for a continuance. This is very complicated to me, and I don't feel there is enough.
Before she leaves, could I ask you a question real fast?
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'll yield. I'll yield.
There's someone else here that can answer. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, there is a motion for continuance on the floor. Is there a second? Seeing none, motion to continue is closed. Does not draw a second. Is there a motion to find jurisdiction?
I move to find jurisdiction.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Wolf.
I'll yield to Member Johnson.
Member Johnson.
The supervisor. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I have a couple of questions. The training she referred to, whose training? Who administered that training to the CBD?
The City and County of San Francisco, our Community Benefit District Council for our program. The Office of Economic and Workforce Development has a Community Benefit District Technical Assistance Program that we run, and we have counsel at the City Attorney's Office that advises us. So we
is the City
paid
Attorney.
for a training, so they would train all of the district managers of each of these owners associations to understand their requirements under every resolution and contract that they have with
But
the
it's
city.
the city attorney's off, or the city.
The City and County of San Francisco
And
City
then
Attorney's
my
Office.
other question
Yes.
is, you refer to administering a district management plan. Whose district management plan?
So a district management plan is basically the outline of all the services that a geographic area will receive and the formulas for assessing each parcel.
Whose? Who is it? The city and county's district management plan?
No. It's a legal district that is formed through a process under the state law. It doesn't belong to the city and county of San Francisco. There's a process spelled out on how these geographic areas, assessment districts, are formed.
I understand about the forming, but the plan that they're administering, who devises the plan? Who decides who's in the plan? Is that the city and county that decides who's in the plan?
It's a process spelled out in state law again, that the property owners and the stakeholders in the community decide in the plan what they want in terms of services allowed under the state law, what they want to provide. They have to spell out an assessment formula that meets the legal requirements under the state law.
So the CBD corporation formulates the plan?
No, it's actually before a CBD corporation is created, it's property owners and merchants and stakeholders in the community that are creating this plan and proposing it for vote by the assessees. So the property owners in the district vote on it.
So the property owners get together, formulate a plan, and then ask the Board of Supervisors to create a CBD.
The way the legal process works, there's a whole legal process in the state law that has to be followed, and it goes through a series of property owner votes first, and then the board has to approve a resolution that authorizes the creation of these assessment districts.
I understand about the districts. What I'm trying to figure out is Ms. Zamora had referred repeatedly and made a distinction because they administer a plan. So I want to know how that plan is developed. Is the plan something that the CBD decides upon and then goes ahead and administers it? Or does the city tell them they're allowed to do what they've decided? I'm trying to figure out this. Where does this plan come from that they administer?
The plan is created before the owners association is formed.
Who creates it?
The property owners and merchants and residents in the district.
But it's only made up of property owners?
It depends on the district. Some districts are property owners, some are business owners and property owners.
What about this one?
This one, only property owners are assessed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to point out on page 1. Thank you. I don't have my glasses on. On page 134 of our packet, it discusses the boundaries. It is outrageous that those boundaries would be beholden by only the property owners, if you've ever been in that, for them to be, and also that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force can make referrals to enforcement agencies based on on violations of the Brown Act and the California Public Records Act. And I don't know exactly if that would apply to the merits of the case. We may or may not have anything to do with that. But those boundaries are within San Francisco. The people that live within those boundaries that are subject to this plan that's created by the business owners are subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. And I don't understand why we would not take jurisdiction.
Member Wolf?
Okay, so just to maybe give you an example of maybe something that might be congruent to that would be something like the school district. State agency exists within the city. That doesn't have to follow the Sunshine Ordinance. City College of San Francisco, any of the universities, any of those the Port Authority, state agency.
Right, but this is
Port Authority does have to follow Sunshine.
Well, I know, but that's a special case. But
this community
redevelopment agency has its own.
This particular, the reason I'm pointing out is O'Farrell, Northsided to Jones and Taylor, Ellis, Larkin to Mason. Leavenworth, O'Farrell to Market, Jones, O'Farrell to Market, all of the things that are within there are subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, and not the people who are making the plan. The school district make plans for the school, for people who attend the school. They can't make a plan for me on my block. If I go to the school, I go there voluntarily. Otherwise, you can go to a private school. I don't have to go to City College. But if my residence is there and I'm a renter and I'm subject to a plan and I have to obey the Sunshine Ordinance, but they don't.
Right. So that I was just saying that I'm just describing a congruence, and I agree with you. I agree with you.
They're governing something.
But I have to tell you, for me, the reason why I asked for a continuance is because this is extremely complicated, and there is not enough documentation to give me enough education, even with DCA 3's analysis, for me to understand the ins and outs of how this works. Ms. Zamora rattled off a half a dozen or more citations of law that are not contained as part of any discovery or any evidence in this document, in this complaint. She also stated that, I believe, and maybe I misheard her, that the articles of incorporation are contained in this, that was submitted to us. I don't see them in our packet. Are they here? What page, please?
Another document that would be useful that we don't have is the contract.
That was the third. That was the other thing. I wanted to see the ordinance from the Board of Supervisors and then the contract.
I actually want to. I know the
Member Snyder.
Sorry, hold on a second. DCA 3. Do you have
Mr.
it?
Threed.
Just to the question of where the documents may be in the packet, these pages don't seem to be numbered sequentially, but if you go to page 136, and then the following pages seem to be the documents that were referred to.
In our packet, page 136 is blank. Page 137 becomes items 16 and 17.
I don't have anything between 135 and 139.
Right.
And actually,
the last page I have is a letter from Dina to the task force.
I have about, I'd say, 10 to 15 pages between 136 and 137.
Yeah, but they're not
nothing.
part of our packet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry.
I would.
I again will reiterate a continuance for the jurisdiction of this item.
I'll second that.
It's too late. We already.
The motion was already the motion was already made and
voted on it, then
and did not draw a second.
Can I remove? Can I move to continue?
Move to table or postpone to a new date.
That's the same
It's
as
inappropriate
continuing.
to move to table under Robert's Rules of Order in order to kill something. That
is a.
But
no, it's not meant. That is a purpose, but it's not. The purpose of tabling is specific to what the issue is.
May I make a suggestion?
But you'd be killing
May I
the
make a
matter.
suggestion? Let's vote on jurisdiction, and then we can, if jurisdiction is established, then on the substance we can move anew for continuance.
Chair Neum?
Member Johnson.
One question before we vote. The complaint committee found for jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Were you there?
Yes, I was.
Could you provide a brief description of your reasoning at that time?
If you look on page 134, I think that tells it, toward the bottom. In January 2006, the Board of Supervisors approved a resolution that authorizes the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit Corporation as the owners association who will administer the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit District. I think that resolution establishes task force jurisdiction. Under 67, it is at least a passive body under 67.3C1, or it is a policy body under 67.3D3, one or the other. It's at least a passive body.
I agree with that, yes.
And
Thank you.
And I think sunshine applies. Further discussion. Is there public comment on the question of jurisdiction? Public comment, not by persons who have already spoken. Not by persons who have already spoken.
I have not spoken.
Thank you.
I,
You have
too,
3
was
minutes.
an incorporator of the CBD. I'm a community member. I feel that even though it states that it's the property owners that pay into the CBD, it's actually the residents that pay the merchants, that pay the property owners when they rent into the CBD. So I pay multiple times into the CBD every time I go shopping, every time I pay my landlord. And so it's my money, not their money, that's actually funding the CBD. Because it's through my taxes, through my buying of things from the merchants in the neighborhood that pays the actual money that goes to the CBD to enhance the neighborhood. And so those things, again, like was stated, the Board of Supervisors formed the CBD. We have over like a dozen of these CBDs and business improvement districts in the city. And it was already been talked about when the guy was talking about the formation of the library. That it's the Civic Center Community Benefit District, which is being formed right now, and also another one is being amended to voting on. The Board of Supervisors are very concerned now that we have all these CBDs and seeing that the money is how it's being taken to a private sector. And so I think, yes, you have to have jurisdiction over this because these are multiplying since our mayor took office. We only had one before, and that was Union Square.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on the question of jurisdiction? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion, Member Johnson.
A point of order question.
Proceed.
Because the motion to continue was not seconded, if we vote on jurisdiction now and we don't find jurisdiction, is the matter then?
The matter is then concluded. It's out of the task force's hands if we vote no, if the jurisdiction motion is defeated, and passage does require 6-0.
I encourage members to vote for jurisdiction to not allow this matter to drop. I mean, the CBD is very controversial. It is very complicated, and the fact that they administer a plan that people who have money can administer a plan that people who can't afford to pay in or don't own a business, and that we would let that matter drop and not bring jurisdiction, even if it's something that isn't covered under the Sunshine Task Force, the meat of whatever it is they're going to. The fact that this includes a large body of the city, and that they formulate a plan and then ask to be closed and only have certain members, I urge you not to allow this to drop.
Please be silent. Is there further discussion? Roll call, please, on the jurisdiction motion.
On jurisdiction, Member Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder, I Member Manning.
Aye.
Manning, I Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, I Member Wolf. Wolf pass, Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, I Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, I Member Nee.
Aye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to the merits of this case. Ms. Wilson, please approach. Again, if you wish to ask for a continuance, you may. The task force may or may not grant it.
I presented some things that I wanted to present and read. I believe the overhead is still working. My initial claim is that these people hated me so much because I wanted to do good in the community, and they don't want resident board members to be part of this. At their last board meeting, they actually proposed to close a resident member's seat. Ms. Zamora, who came and spoke, proposed to become an independent contractor of the CBD and pay herself $4,000 a month. And these are the things that I felt that I had to bring forward because these are the problems. But as far as my case, I made an immediate disclosure request after I was constructively terminated by this board, which I all showed you on August 5th. None of them responded, not even to say they had received it. They didn't even acknowledge it. And because I knew the things that they were doing on the board, I actually went back and applied for a grant at the board because I know what they're doing there is wrong. They didn't mention it then, and that was over a month later. I sent a second olive branch on that was sent to you all on like September 29th, saying that, again, I'm requesting the information about why you all voted me off in a closed session, and sent me an email, which I actually have presented to you, and it says, although they say that they want to ask for my immediate resignation, they said, effective immediately, do not represent yourself as a board member and cease all board-related activity. I'm telling you, if this has never happened to you, you will never understand what I've been through with these people. Even if you didn't vote for jurisdiction, I'm happy that it's heard and somebody knows how these people are operating. Also, another issue is that voting someone off of a board in a closed session, a policy body member is not allowed. You can't discuss their performance in a closed session. It says, although they try to, Mr. Threet talks about public officials, my response to that is just because you're a policy body, you don't have to be a public official. You just have to be created and defined and allowed to be created by the Board of Supervisors. So the lack of distinction on the city attorney's part between a public official and a policy body speaks volumes. Not all policy bodies are public officials. So the first thing is that they didn't give me the information. The second thing is that people here, when I asked, I have this, it shows that in an executive session, they put my agenda item at the bottom and they put an action item and they wanted to close the session. This is from the July 19th meeting. It also states that additional requirements of closed sessions, that you have to either audio record it or audio and video record their entirety and keep them on file for 10 years. They didn't do that when they went into the closed session. The only thing they said before they went into a closed session, D. Hilliard stated, I just don't feel comfortable discussing this in public. I guess they thought that I wouldn't take this further, that I didn't have the time, the intelligence, the money, and all the things you need to take this forward. And I'm here speaking for so many people who they've done this to because I have the time, I have the money, and I made myself do this. I had a mental breakdown behind these people doing this to me. Also, they did not provide me with the timely information. They voted me off in a closed session. The executive committee votes 100%, or the board votes 100% with the executive committee. They didn't state why they went into a closed session. Just because it's an uncomfortable nature, that doesn't mean you can legally go into a closed session because you pretend like you're uncomfortable with speaking about it in public. And so that they violated it on many accounts, specifically not responding within the 5-day time frame, stating the reasons for a closed session, additionally taping or audio recording a closed session, as well as discussing my performance in a closed session twice. The first time resulted with the board president telling me I could no longer represent myself as a board member. The second time was when they actually went into a closed session. I believe the word is at the behest of individuals who are actually in this audience who were public members who stated they didn't want it to go in a closed session. And that's what I have to say about this situation. And if I have more to say, I would say that I hope this never happens to anyone else. You can have heart attacks behind these things. You can have mental breakdowns behind these things. And these people think that they can get away with these things because nobody has the time or energy to make them do the right thing. And I hope this is referred to somebody that will do the right thing.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Thomas Piccarello again. First, let me thank the task force for finding jurisdiction. You have lived up to your responsibilities regarding public access and public participation in government bodies. I was at the CBD meeting when Ms. Wilson was terminated. I advised the CBD that they were violating the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, by having the matter held in closed session and away from the public without any public participation. Your Sunshine Ordinance 6710 to 6712 discusses public comment of members of public bodies, and it can't be done. You cannot preclude a public body member for participating. It's denial of their public comment. So what happened was they went into closed session and they forced her to resign. There was no rights of public comment. There was no public participation in the decision. Ms. Wilson is not an employee, understand. She's a member who was elected to sit on the CBD. The closed provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance were violated if you review 6710 to 6712. In addition, the requests she's made have been denied by the CBD. And the CBD disingenuously says that they're subject to the Brown Act, but they still, under the Brown Act, have not provided the documents that she's been seeking. So it's hypocritical of them to say, well, we didn't provide them because we didn't think that the Sunshine Ordinance has jurisdiction, because they admit that the Brown Act has jurisdiction, but the documents still have not been provided to the complainant. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
My name is Otto Duffy. I'm a Tenderloin, North of Market neighborhood activist. We have a neighborhood there where there's a very low level of activism. There's a lot of behavioral and issues with the people there, a lot of disability. We're tremendously challenged to get people to participate, like you with your two vacancies on your board. We are challenged to get residents to get into the boards that determine the quality of life in our neighborhood. And here we have a case where someone is ready and willing to serve. Certainly this community benefits district can find some way to accommodate a certain amount of diversity.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
Hi, my name is Michael Nolte, and I was a board member up until 2 months before this hearing, this particular incident took place. So I was the incorporator of the corporation, so I know how the board was created, and I attended many meetings, and I've been involved. And I was actually in the audience, and this is the sign-in sheet for the meeting, overhead. I don't know if you could see it, but it shows the public members.
You might want to turn it.
It shows the public members that were in attendance, and every one of those are residents. They're not any additional business owners. They're not any additional property owners. And so one of the things is that the bylaws say that all meetings are to be held under Robert's rules. Another is the residents that were in attendance, and there were actually more residents than just the signed in, they all were also claiming they didn't want to see a closed session happen. Then finally, there was no grievance procedures been offered to maybe address these concerns that have happened. Additional thing is that every time there's been a vacancy on the board for a resident slot to sit on the board, currently there are 3 slots, there's always been multiple people willing to come and participate and be a resident board member. I can't say that about the merchants, and I cannot say that about the property owners, because there's always vacancies in those categories. Currently, there's a vacancy in a property owner slot on the board. So at the last board meeting, again, there seems like there's going to be some retribution being taken by the district manager. The district manager suggested at the last board meeting that there would be elimination of the resident slot that was vacated by Kai Wilson. So, when you do something like that, not willing to fill it with another resident, and arbitrarily trying to do that, that shows malice. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
My name is John Nolte, for the record. I also am an interim board member, so I was there with the formation of this CBD. I got off the board because of the infighting. I constantly ask questions because I'm not a person that I am not a follower. I'm a leader, and I refused. Every time I ask questions of agenda items, I never would get the right answers. I get multiple questions, and people ask me, why do you ask questions? Well, you're here to do that is your job. Your job is to ask questions to understand what you're voting on. What are you discussing? Why is it being brought to my board? Why am I supposed to take an item and discuss it? Same thing as Ms. Wilson. She asks questions. They don't want transparency. That's why they don't. That's why they limit things to. Matter of fact, when we first began, the district manager, which I see is also a conflict of interest, she's not only the district manager, she's a property owner. I see that right there. It's a conflict of interest having a property owner on being paid to run the CBD. That myself I found as a completely a conflict of interest, and she's been on there since the beginning. And so my question is, having one of the incorporators and the only still sole person since the formation of the CBD, Ms. Zamore, the district manager, still there, and the only one there because she drove away all the other directors. Directors did not come back. So ask the question, why since 2005, get a list of all the board members and ask them, why did they leave? And why has the board gone from 23 board members down to where it is now? Ask that question, why? Why did all those nonprofits, why did all those residents, and why did all those business owners leave? Think about it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondent please approach? Again, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Well, all I can say is that I'm very disappointed that the very people who are in this room testifying against the CBD and saying that the CBD isn't transparent were people who were a part of it in the beginning. I was a part of it in the beginning. I was one of the people who formed it. There was 22 people on an interim steering committee and then the interim board. And that's because we did have inclusion. And we did include residents and business people and property owners. So it's never been just a one-sided situation. The property owners are the people who are responsible for paying. This is probably the first time in the history of the Tenderloin that property owners have owned up and done something for this neighborhood. This organization cleans the sidewalks, plants trees, develops district identity, develops safety programs. These are for the purpose of serving the residents. The business people, it's true, they don't tend to be as active as they should be. They are by law allowed 20% participation in the CBD board. The CBD initially, right from the beginning, indicated that we should have parity for residents, that they should have the same 20% inclusion on the board, and they have had from the beginning. There's a lot of complexities about neighborhood politics, and I don't really want to have to get into all of those because it would take hours to do so, to explain what's gone on over the last 5 years. But the CBD has done good things, and whether or not I've sort of a lightning rod for people who don't like the way maybe I've handled it, I've brought good things to this neighborhood. I care about this neighborhood. I'm a resident. I live here. My law offices were in the Tenderloin at 118 Jones for 5 years. So I'm a stakeholder. I care about this neighborhood. We brought a lot of things to it. I know that Ms. Wilson has lots of difficulties with what went on in the CBD. She felt that we didn't give her proper roles, that we didn't encourage her. I brought her on myself because I thought that she had potential and that we should do development of residents. I thought that was important. She just didn't work out. She just didn't work out. There were just a lot of things that just didn't work out. And I'm sorry that they didn't. But they were things that were going to impede the progress of the organization. And if, if I had some other kind of agenda, I mean, I wouldn't sit here and listen to people who know the good things that I've done and that we've done for the neighborhood sit here and say the kinds of things that they're saying. It's really discouraging. It makes you not want to continue to work for a neighborhood that's really challenged. This neighborhood is challenged. And yes, we do have challenging people that we have to work with, but we work with them. We work with homeless people in an art program to make sure that people are engaged. Everything that we do engages the people in the neighborhood, the families, the children. Everything that we're having a Safe Street Festival. This is our fourth one. Or actually our fifth one if you count our spring one, where we actually just serve the children and the families. They get to have their picture taken with Santa. They don't have to go down to the mall and pay $50 to do that. It's done for here free. So these are things we want to bring to the neighborhood. I brought them to the neighborhood. Yes, I was a founder. I was one of the initial people. Both the Nolte brothers were a part of the steering committee. They were part of the interim board. They were part of the ongoing board. And they have lots of issues for whatever reasons, and I don't really want to get into that. The reason that we went into closed session is because it was a personnel issue. It was about myself. The focus was on myself and Ms. Hilliard, who is an employee. I'm an independent contractor. I've been an independent contractor from day one. My law office was the location of the CBD offices for 3 years, allowing for over a $300,000 surplus because there was no overhead paid by the CBD all of those years. I just absorbed that in my own. So I don't know what else to say other than I care about this neighborhood. I think I worked very hard for this neighborhood. I'm really disappointed that people have felt that somehow they needed to sort of take a personal stance with me. We never wanted to make anyone feel unwelcome. We've always encouraged residents. That's why we chose parity. We didn't have to do that. We're one of the few CBDs that does include the neighborhood and does include residents. I don't know what else to say other than I'm really disappointed and I really do care about this neighborhood and I'm sorry that it has deteriorated to this point. We'll be more than glad to give and have offered Ms. Wilson all the information that she wanted. She's very much convinced that we sat around writing very terrible things about her and saying terrible things about her. We did not do that. I'm not sure why she feels that we did or how that all sort of came about, other than we did call her on some of the things that did not work out. And we did do that, and I will not say that we didn't. Thank you very much for your attention. And I do have the material here for today, and I'd like to be able to give it to her and ask that she accept that.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent?
Hi, again, my name is Dina Hilliard, and I'm the Associate District Manager of the North of Market Tenderloin Community Benefit Corporation. I guess I just want to, focus on the complaint, which was that we did not provide her with the correspondence that she was asking for. She made an immediate disclosure request, and we did not respond because we were told by the city attorney that we are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, and so that's why we did not provide her those documents. Now that since the complaint committee found that we are under jurisdiction, we've offered to provide those documents to her. We asked her for her address, or if she would prefer to submit them electronically. She did not respond. We have them for her today. We're happy to provide them to her and also a copy to you as well. Lastly, I just want to say, as far as the closed session goes, Ms. Wilson had made it evident that she would take this matter into litigation, and so under the Brown Act, we are allowed to go into closed session if there is a threat of litigation, as well as discussion of personnel performance, which is why I stated I did not feel comfortable having the conversation in public, because my performance as an employee was going to be discussed publicly, and that was something I wanted to be done privately. At the end of the day, Ms. Wilson resigned. We did not terminate her. We did not dismiss her. We did ask for her resignation, and she agreed to resign. The reason we asked for her resignation is because we didn't feel that it was a good fit for her. It was apparent she was not happy serving on our board, and so we wanted to just release her into serving in an area where she felt a little more fulfilled. So again, we have the documents for her if she's willing to take them, and that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Ms. Hilliard, please approach the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay. You said that you did not respond immediately to her immediate disclosure request because you didn't know if it was you thought it was not under sunshine jurisdiction.
We were told by the city attorney that it was
Okay,
not.
but it's still under, you still, admittedly, you're still under the jurisdiction of the California Public Records Act, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so should you not have responded to her immediate disclosure request under the California Public Records Act?
Well, I wasn't aware that there's an immediate disclosure request. I thought that was only having to do with the Sunshine Ordinance. Under the California Public Records Act, we have 10 days to respond. And
Did
then
you respond within the 10 days?
We did not.
Why?
Well, we just felt she was asking us under the Sunshine Ordinance. And, as far as that goes, we didn't feel that we were under jurisdiction.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment.
Member
Money.
I was still unsure if you could help and clarify if there are currently any residents on the board, or perhaps shed light on what the involvement of the residents in the area are.
We have 2 residents on our board with 1 vacant resident seat. One of them is the secretary of our board, as was Miss Wilson when she was a resident on our board. And they're both very involved. They both serve on committees. We ask every member of our board to serve on various committees, which they do. And again, any resident is open to come to our committees to vote on actual policies that are incorporated into our corporation.
A couple of other questions. Were you done?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to, and so to clarify as far as allocated seats. So it sounds like there are 3 allocated seats for...
That's correct. And there are 2 right now that are filled. 1 is vacant.
You stated it was you or Ms. Zamora who stated that the matters discussed behind closed doors dealt with number 1, anticipated litigation. Number 2, personnel issues that did not involve, did not pertain to Ms. Wilson. Is that correct?
She's not an employee or personnel.
I understand,
but her complaints were specifically about myself, who I am personnel, and about Miss Hilliard. And she also made several indications that she was going to be instituting legal action.
Okay. Did your closed-door meetings include any discussion of Ms. Wilson's status as a member of the board of directors?
Ms. Wilson was in the meeting, so I don't know if that considered closed or not. She was at the meeting. I want to make that clear.
But did they concern at all her? Did they include any discussion of her status as a member of the board?
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'll tell you what occurred. She read an email to the board, and then the board discussed with her, or mentioned to her, that perhaps this wasn't a good fit for her because she seemed to be so unhappy in the discussion that she was setting out in her email.
This was discussed in closed session?
With the entire board, including Ms. Wilson.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Ms. Hilliard, you mentioned that Ms. Wilson resigned after being asked to do so. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What would have happened if she had said, no, I'm not resigning? What would have happened?
The board would have had a discussion and taken a vote.
So there's no guarantee as to, you can't tell me at this point as to whether the board would have voted her off or on?
I can't say how the board would have voted.
Okay.
I know that under the Brown Act, under our bylaws, we can ask for a board member to resign with no just cause. but I can't say how the board would have voted or would have, how the discussion would have gone, how the vote would have gone.
Okay, thank you.
And I also just want to say we did try to give her these documents and she refused them. So just now we tried to provide them to her and she refused them.
Okay, thank you.
She said they were not the documents that she wanted, and we just like to have some clarification from the task force as to what we are supposed to provide for her. This is every document from the first day we started compiling any kind of email.
The documents, the documents are listed or are described, all correspondence between staff and current, as well as immediately former board members regarding Ms. Wilson's removal from the CBD Board of Directors, et cetera. It's all described here.
And that's what we tried to provide her.
Okay.
She doesn't want.
Thank you. Thank you. Certainly. Member Johnson.
I'm not sure whether to ask this of Ms. Hillard or Ms. Zamora. But Ms. Hillard, you had stated that you were under the impression that the IDR was because of the Sunshine Ordinance, that she was making the request under the Sunshine Ordinance. But in her August 4th letter that she says is her initial request, she specifically says, as stated in the body of the email, I'm making an immediate disclosure request pursuant to the California Public Records Act and the Streets and Highway Code. She makes no reference to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Well, I guess two things. If she's referring to the California Public Highway Records Act, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
She says she's making the immediate disclosure pursuant to the California Public Records Act and the Streets and Highway Code. So I guess my concern here is that I see no response to her whatsoever. So everyone seems to agree, including the Economic Workforce Department, which is not the only department that has jurisdiction over deciding the CPRA and Brown Act violations. I mean, we in our, under the Sunshine Ordinance, we specifically can make recommendations about that. But I'm curious what your reasoning is, or why you didn't provide her with some reasoning based on the California Public Records Act, since she makes no reference, even if you didn't believe that the IDR existed, but there's no record here that you responded to her, even that, they made any kind of effort to give her some statute or authority that didn't require you to respond.
We had a discussion among our board about it, and the board felt that any response to Miss Wilson would, inflate, or it would, the matter would just escalate. And again, we were told by the city attorney that we do not fall under the Sunshine Ordinance jurisdiction.
It doesn't make reference to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Later on in her letter, she does. She says that she was told that she can go to the Sunshine Ordinance. We're not saying that we were not in violation of this matter is here before the Sunshine Ordinance. If this matter were to go to
I understand that, and rather than allow you extra time to explain your case, I'm just going to point out to you that the very last paragraph of her letter states, if you do not have correspondence regarding my dismissal, please simply forward an email stating this. All information should be forwarded to her email address within the 10-day period allotted by the California Public Records Act. So your defense that you don't fall under the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance is not answering why I'm wondering why you didn't.
The board had a discussion, and the decision was to not respond at that time.
So are you then suggesting that the board can decide that it's not subject to the California Public Records Act? Did you consult with the Economic Workforce Office? I'm not sure that the records, or that you violated something, going into a closed session, which is something that I think she might be looking for. I don't, the closed session issue may be open, but there was no response, and there is no mention of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, so your training in that area was not triggered in any way. And she twice asked for them under the California Public Records Act. I mean, obviously was knowledgeable that that's what you were subject to.
Right, and we're not debating that we did not provide those documents to her within the allotted time.
So are you asserting here that your board made an active decision to violate the California Public Records Act?
I don't think when they made the decision it was an active decision to violate the Public Records Act. I think they felt that responding to Ms. Wilson would just cause the matter to it was like adding fuel to the fire. There was a lot of correspondence that was very inflammatory that was going back and forth.
But the board actively decided not to respond within the 10 days for whatever your reasons were.
Correct.
Thank you.
Member Wolf.
Ms. Hilliard, please don't go away. Were you in the closed session?
I was.
Okay, so I'm not necessarily going to ask anything specific about what was said or necessarily done in the closed session with regards to personnel or what have you, but what I'm going to expand on that the chair alluded to was whether there was discussion regarding a board member's resignation in that closed session. The reason why is because those discussions need to be done in an open session.
So I'm not clear your question. Was there a discussion about whether we would ask her to resign in that closed session?
Yes.
No, there was not. We went into closed session because Ms. Wilson wanted to discuss my performance as an employee and Ms. Zamora's employment.
All you have to say is that it was for personnel issues. You don't have to give me any more detail
right.
than that.
Right, but we wanted to go into the session to discuss the closed session. We would have had the discussion in public. It was just that she was going to be discussing personnel issues as well as that the matter would be, she had threatened to be subjected to litigation.
Okay.
We would have not had an issue having the discussion in public except for those two matters.
Okay, so because she threatened litigation, that is cause to go into closed session to decide whether to go into closed session to have discussion because of that.
Right, we had the discussion about whether we should go into closed session in public, and we voted in public that we should.
Okay, so but at any time during that closed session, your testimony is there was no discussion of her status of being of maintaining her position on the board of directors.
Prior to that meeting, she had stated she would not resign, and so we were going to hear from her. She wanted to read emails and talk about her issues with the personnel.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hilliard, one more question. You stated a little over a minute ago that it was your decision not to provide the records, at least immediately, that Ms. Wilson had requested. Did you provide Ms. Wilson with any statutory reason for withholding the record?
We did not respond to her. We felt responding would...
So you provided no written response justifying providing any statutory justification for withholding the record?
That's correct.
Thank you. Further questions? At this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each get 3 minutes to provide any concluding or rebutting remarks. Ms. Zamora. You have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks.
I can only tell you is that we did not willfully or with any sort of malice not provide her with things. We were really trying to de-escalate a very escalating situation. So we didn't respond to her because we thought that would just really add to the difficulties that were going on. So yes, we should have perhaps done so We relied on other people to, you know, to maybe guide us in that way, and maybe it wasn't the appropriate way to go, but certainly wasn't done with any sort of intention or anything to keep her in the dark. Everything that she asked for were all things that she had already been a part of. It would have been the emails. That's all we have is emails. We didn't have any other documentation, and they would have all been emails that she was either we responded to her emails, or she was copied on emails. There are very few other emails other than ones that she was actually a party to. So we're just sort of lost as to what we're supposed to provide. And I'm glad that it's over 100 pages that we're willing to provide her, and there is really nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks.
Okay, I just again want to say I'm sorry for your time. This all seems very straightforward and logical. And these are the games that these people have been playing with me for over 6 months to a year. Sorry for anybody else that has to have gone through this. I just want to say that obviously my performance was discussed twice in a closed session because the executive committee states that they went and they discussed the performance of a policy body member, which is how they came to the conclusion at this July 8th email that I was sent to ask me to resign effective immediately. And I don't know how anyone can say that they went into a closed session about me being asked to resign, but we didn't discuss my resignation or my performance at all. That's highly illogical, and that does not make sense to me. Also, I just want to say that this email that I was sent about my resignation, they try to make this personal. This is not personal. They have an issue with me. I have never figured it out. I don't know why. I don't know what issue they have with people who actually want to do work and good things for the community. I've never said anything about what the CBD has done to bad or good in the community. I've said what I was personally, how my rights were personally violated, because I guess they thought they could violate my rights and get away with it, but they couldn't. I sent an email just asking to be put on the executive committee after I was asked to leave the executive committee first. It's way too complicated as far as what they did to me, but I just want to say that they never provided me with the records, the August 5th records, and I sent an olive branch the 29th. And I even sent one to board members about 2 weeks ago stating that I'm sending an olive branch to you all. Anyone that wants to give me records, you will not be named, you will not be a part of this, because I want to get this done with. I don't have time for this. This is something I'm doing for the community, so nobody else has to go through this. And I just also want to say that I just can't believe this has happened to me. I really hope it happens to nobody else. There's no personnel issues. In fact, you all received the list of things that I contributed to the board under the duress and the problems that these people were causing me. And the fact that I wanted to work was caused by this. And I just want to say that no one else should go through this. They didn't answer after August 5th. They didn't answer on the 29th of September. They didn't answer 2 weeks ago when I sent an olive branch. And also in a closed session that we go into to discuss personal issues, not personnel, personal issues about me leaving the board, you have to discuss me leaving the board in that. You also, I don't care about personnel issues with Dina and Elaine. It had nothing to do with them. I didn't go into a closed session to discuss them because they were going to remain district manager and assistant district manager. It had to do with me being voted off the board in a closed session and then being asked to resign in a closed session.
Thank you. Matters back with the task force. Is there a motion? Member Washburn.
I move to find violation of sections 67.21, 67.25, 67.26, and 67.27.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Is there any public comment on the question of whether to find violation? There is a motion to find violations of sections 67.21, 67.25, 67.26, and 67.27. Sir.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I agree that the violations did occur. They've admitted it, basically saying, well, we didn't think we had to give it under sunshine when the request was made under the California Public Records Act, and they acknowledge that they're subject to it. So the question, and the simple point is, they held this packet of information tonight until after they were hoping you would not find jurisdiction, and then they had it and say, oh, here, take this. She's being unreasonable because she won't take it now. When it was, we used every other thing to prevent giving it to her, and now that that's all lost, we'll give it to her so it'll make us look better or make her look bad. And I think that was a very dishonest technique. If you look at the Brown Act, what it says, the purpose of public testimony and not allowing public testimony to be thwarted is to ensure that the status quo is not maintained. In other words, that's the whole objection. They want to keep things the way they want them to be, and they don't want anybody to know. The simple fact that you say it's a personnel issue, I think it was really an issue where members of the public, including one of their own board members, had negative comments to make about other board members or other things that were going on, and it wasn't a personnel issue. A personnel issue is where my boss is evaluating me and saying I'm not doing a good job or something like that. This was not a personnel issue. This was a matter of public comment. And the bottom line was she was in that room in a closed session by herself. And any other members of the public who might have been attending and might have wanted to say, no, she's doing a good job, we like her on the board, were never given an opportunity to do so. She basically was all on her own, and I think it was done for that very purpose. Let's go into a closed session, and the only one we will be fighting is her. And there will be 12 of us, or there'll be 8 of us, or whatever number there were in the closed session, and her on the other side with not much of a chance to win. And very honestly, if they're questioning her performance, I think it is a very, very valid issue to raise whether or not questions that she has about other persons' performance, including members who are deciding on her continuing on the board, have some sort of an axe to grind in the process. In other words, did they just decide that she was saying some things that they didn't like, they wanted her off the board, and they were going to go into a private section so they could do that in a way that nobody would really be able to pin them down on what specifically she supposedly did? And I think that's exactly what they did. They used the closed session not to protect personnel issues, but to protect themselves from personal comments from the public.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this issue? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Ma'am, you are a party in interest. You're not allowed to participate in public comment. Is there further public comment? I believe you already commented earlier. Okay, then public comment. Public comment is closed. Well, was it?
You spoke on jurisdiction.
You spoke on jurisdiction, but not on the substance. Oh, okay. Then please approach the microphone. Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. Again, my own personal issues with the management of the CBD and how they treated me, and also I'll say again, which Mr. Moore alluded to, was there were 22 board members at the beginning of the interim when it was started, and in the bylaws state how many board members there's supposed to be. They have downsized for the last 5 years the size of the board to control it. So the less board members you have, the less people you have to control, and less people to have input on what this, like you said, large area, and which is also, by the way, the second densest neighborhood in the city, the Tenderloin. Let's get to the roots of this. This is a North of Market area, Tenderloin, and this is the second densest neighborhood in the city. And you're saying nobody can go. Less and less people are making decisions for this neighborhood and for those 20-something square blocks that are in the CBD. I find that deplorable. That you're keeping on over 5 years. You're downsizing. You look at the bylaws which you have a copy of when they were incorporated, and how many they started with how many states in there are how many board members they can have, and they've systematically downsized that number to where it's at now. And I think it's down to 9. So you're systematically losing the bylaw. She said 20% of the business owners, and then she said they gave an office branch sort of to 20% of the residents. But you're also eliminating the voice of the property owners who are paying into the CBD too. So they are not really actively looking for board members. If they were, they would have a full complement when they have that many, something like 200 property owners and so forth in that CBD. Why aren't they there? And I'm concerned about how they treated this board member and prior resident board members too over that 5-year period. Or I wouldn't be here tonight saying what I had to say because of my own personal experience before her. So this problem has been occurring for 5 years, and I got off it because I knew that it was dysfunctional. And the training they say they had with the city attorney this year, I wonder why all of a sudden this year they had a training for the Brown Act. Why? It sounds very suspicious to me. Why all of a sudden, 2 months ago, they had a training and they didn't learn anything? That I find is also, and they handed a packet from the mayor's office about that they had. So apparently they didn't learn anything from that either.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. The chair would suggest a friendly amendment to the motion, adding California Public Records Act, Section 6253A, B, C, and D to the list of provisions that have been violated.
It's fine with me.
It's fine with me.
Maker and second both accept. Member Johnson.
Not exactly sure how to go about proposing this. They do have some evidence that they were counseled, that they're not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, and seem to be learning now that they are. And they have some evidence that they were counseled, they were not. So if we find a violation of the 67.21, is that something that would be, or can you be in violation of something that you've been counseled that you're not in violation of? Is that something you would normally say anyway, even though they were not, like, is ignorance not something that's a defense of the law?
Well, my understanding is that relying on advice of counsel does constitute due diligence, and so whether they would be found could be found in willful violation to this point is doubtful. However, if the task force finds violation that goes counter to the advice they received from counsel, the question then becomes, does our determination have equal or superior weight to the advice they received from counsel? That may have to be determined down the road. However, if we find violation and order remedy for that violation, and that remedy is not provided, and the remedy per the order of determination is not provided, then that violation, I think, does perhaps go over into the willful category.
So I have a friendly amendment, and then I have one question. They've admitted that they intentionally did not respond. I mean, to me, that's willful. Now, we had some question about jurisdiction, and the wording of our willful clause in here will bring that up again. So I don't know if you want to include that, but to me, openly stating that you had a discussion and chose not to respond at all, even though you know you're subject to that, is something that's willful. But I would like to add, just offer a friendly amendment. And if you're going to go the route that you had just suggested with the 67.21, there's a provision, where is it? K, that says that the release of documentary public information is subject to the California Public Records Act. So in order to emphasize that we understand, I'm wondering if you might want to include that. And then there's another section.
This is 67.21K?
Yes.
Okay.
Then there's another section, 67.32, provision of services to other agencies, sunshine required. And some of the language in there discusses that it's the policy of the City and County of San Francisco to ensure opportunities for informed civic participation embodied in this ordinance to all local, state, regional, and federal agencies and institutions with which it maintains continually legal and political relationships. So I think that also emphasizes that though this is not a city department, there was always intended that institutions that we maintain relationships with would follow these, and that's 67.32. So I don't know if you want to add those two. So some of the reasons why we are finding the violation.
Are those additions acceptable to the second?
Yeah, that's fine.
And to the maker?
Yes.
Okay. Member Washburn, Member Wolf. You had a comment?
No.
Okay.
I didn't.
Member Wolf.
I think it's important also because the way this whole thing started out was the respondent claiming that we didn't have jurisdiction. I think it's important to include 6730C, the one sentence that describes exactly our authority, where it states the task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance, or under the California Public Records Act and Brown Act whenever it concludes that a person has violated any provisions of this ordinance or the acts, capital A. So I think in order to cut to the chase, that if there is some future litigation, that be made part of the record so that a judge and or jury can instantly know that we were within our jurisdiction.
Does the second accept?
Yes.
Maker?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Aye.
Snyder, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 6 ayes.
Thank you. This matter is now referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Chair will declare a 5-minute recess. We're back in session. We have lost a quorum. Therefore, the chair will declare this meeting adjourned.